All right, here's another homebrew rule for you then. I say if you roll a nat 20, I think you get to decide who does the recap. You can look down upon these poor fools, these poor souls, with your high natural 20, and dish out the justice that your random number generator has so justly rewarded onto you.
Yeah, well, actually, to be honest, I would love to. I would love to hear last session from the viewpoint of Mono. To be honest, just to get that. And Real's given his look at it. I'd love to hear what Mono has to say.
Okay. So Mono went in the lapel of what was her name again? Rhea. Yeah.
Mhm.
So Mono was as a spider on the lapel of Rhea's coat, and watched as the surrounding tough guys all homed in on her. As what's his name?
Amric
What's the name of the
Panther.
Amric, with the worst of ploys, told her to look out through a porthole, and she did. Duh. And at this point, he was wondering why the military types from are so bloody minded and always getting themselves into such trouble. That was full. And at that, he decided to feel into where his was, and too far. He'd dispelled his trusty boar toys, and he was basically on his own. So he popped out and decided to throw a spanner in the wall. Hurt a few people and threw a demon into the wall. At this point, that tipped off Dolan, who was up the stairs, and also some of the other members, like Yerk and was it Sylk?
Yeah,
Who
Yerk were just arriving at the scene as this all kicked off.
just arriving. So his viewpoint was to her life and also make a big noise so that everyone else knew what was happening. And then chaos ensued. He was hit in a relatively fast, a very nasty barb from the devil, and then the thugs against him, and he was walloped to near death. So there was basically a bar brawl after that, and he didn't know what happened. And then Amric managed to escape through a porthole, ran away, but with Sylk's smooth conversational skills, called him back for some unknown reason, and we took him hostage. At the same time, we let go one of the thugs, which in retrospect, Mono goes, that could be a problem. And then we took him to a safe house, the place where the devil's worshippers were hid out, and we questioned him. Sylk put a caltrop in his mouth to shut him up at some point, and we got a map of his mother's home. We got some juicy information about what was going on, and we also realized how deluded he was about the whole devil demon infiltration. And then we took a boat across to the island where Captain Zodge is holed out, and who knew that Dolan suddenly became the world's greatest sailor. He knew every knot under the sun.
That's
where the
Captain
wind was
Dolan
coming
to you
from.
Now.
Captain Dolan. Suddenly his forearms became huge as well, with an anchor tattoo on them. And we got to the island, and we offloaded Amric to Captain Dodge. He wasn't too happy, but once he'd realised he was camouflage, we changed his appearance, he was okay about it. And that's, I think, pretty much where we left it.
Indeed, yes. Sylk just went in to have a quick conversation with Captain Zodge, let him know, deliver Amric as a prisoner under utmost secrecy. And I believe as well, if I'm not getting my wires crossed here, that Zodge let you know that he supports your moves against the Van Thampers. However, he's unable to give you direct assistance. I believe, however, he did give you the name of a good armourer.
Halfdan Ogerson.
Yes.
Yes.
A big guy.
Over on the east side of the the east side of the city near the Basilisk Gate.
Yeah. I just missed out Sylk and Rhea swimming around in the dock for a little while.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Saving the NPC from the bad guys only to almost have her drowned.
Yeah. But Mono fished them out with a timely thorn whip.
And I believe you guys were able to take a rest at the cultist lair that you have co-opted for yourselves. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Was that a short rest or a long rest?
Short rest.
It was a short rest. Bringing up to, it's now 5 or 6 in the evening. Sylk has just returned to the boat as the cloaked and struggling Amric is dragged away to a lower dungeon. You return to see Rhea along with the rest of the party. Rhea seems to still look quite nervous and is keeping a hooded over her head to avoid recognition. She sees you return. She says, "Oh, that took you long enough. Can we go now?"
Yes, let us go.
Okay, where would you guys like to go? Dolan, your sailing is impeccable. I will say you will be able to take the party to any location of your choosing with very...
why don't you take us for a tour of the harbour with your amazing skills?
Did I manage to get some information from Zodge, about this funeral director?
Oh, you wanted to pass on to Sylk some information to tell Zodge about Candle Hollow, and say that you wanted to say that it was looking a bit suspicious and to take a look at it, basically, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I will say that you did manage to do that, and Sylk passed on that information. And I think I mentioned this last session that he basically was like, yeah, we'll take a look at it. Apologies if didn't get around to it.
I wasn't sure whether it was right at the end of the session, so.
It was right at the end of the session, yeah. So it can be hard to know.
Very good. Where to, Captain?
Where to, lads?
Do we want to search the water for a random person who was swimming?
Surely they're gone by now.
Yeah, they might have gone by now.
One of Amric's guards was swimming away. You imagine he's probably got out of the water by now, unless he has a terrible sense of direction.
So Sylk turns to the group and goes, "Well, the Van Thampers act fast. I think we should go and pay them a visit at least."
I take it by the lack of troops at the side that we're still on our own.
That is correct. We can't be seen to be openly supporting us in this matter.
I think it might be an idea to get some sleep before we go to see them, because knowing our luck, it's almost certainly going to turn into a fight.
I agree. And also,
Oh yes.
with Amric, we can pretend that Amric has been captured by us because they know we have taken him. So, Sylk, did you say you could dress up as Amric?
Yeah, if I take a bit of a rest, that should be possible.
I mean,
So
what about this? What if we get some sleep, we go in the morning, Sylk disguised as Amric, Yerk and I escorting him, Sylk can then tell Lady Van Thamper that he was attacked by a group of hoodlums and lunatics, and that Yerk and I were the ones who came in and rescued him, and we've actually protected him. And whilst we're doing that, the rest of you can sneak him back.
That's a good idea, but probably these two guys who've gone back to the Van Thampers, they will recognize you unless you can disguise yourself too.
Also, I would recommend that no matter what we are doing, we do it at night.
Yes, I agree with Vril on this one.
Oh, why is this?
Also, just as a bit of context, so it's about 5 or so in the evening now. So if you were to take a long rest, you would have a few hours of darkness available to you if you were to immediately try and infiltrate the Van Thamper residence.
Okay, that sounds like a plan.
A dawn raid. Yes, I could be down for a dawn raid on the Van Thamper household. They have information I need.
What about a quick little recce this evening? I can do that.
If you do, you will be careful.
I'm always careful.
I mean, we have a map already. Maybe a couple of us can go earlier. I only need about 4 hours sleep or a bit of time to meditate. Then I'm happy to also go along. And then the others can join us later.
The only thing I want to do is just get an idea of where the guards are set. Yeah, I can do a quick flyby.
So on the big map, Yerk points to the location of the Van Thamper Manor. Just to show the others.
Here.
So I just have to be within 100 feet. So I can just send my familiar, and then I can get an idea of where they are.
Yeah, sure. So you're sending an owl over, is that right?
Yeah. When we're heading back towards the safe house, then that's something I can do.
What was your owl's name again?
Taffy.
Just be careful of the crows. If it's
yes.
true what Amalek said, you can expect that those demonic or those devilish crows are around the house.
If Taffy gets hurt, he just poofs back to the another plane of existence. It is okay.
Okay. You have a number of options as well for where you'd like to sleep for the night. You reckon you might be able to get shelter over at the Harbourside Library, given you have some allies and friends there. In addition, the disused dormitory you guys have been staying with is also very close to the Van Thampers. Also, if you wanted to go back to the Elf Song, you'd be able to do that. And now that Amric's been run out of the Low Lantern, you might be able to get safe lodgings there as well.
I think the dormitory, where we've been saying, at least we know that's secure.
But
yes, it feels more like our place somehow.
Yeah.
What about the chest with the severed head in it?
Oh.
Well, we dealt with them. They're all dead.
Maybe.
Oh, they're not all dead.
No, I do not think they are.
Dead or terrified, one of the two.
Again, I'm not convinced that this is all of them. But I do think that is the best place for us to rest.
If nothing else, it's defensible.
And there is no one else there. So anybody that does approach, we know it's trouble.
True.
Okay then. So have you guys all agreed that you're going to head to the head to the disused dormitory?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. In that case, you disembark. Where would you like? I mean, where would you like to store your ship? If you want, you can, in fact, store it at the Sea Tower of Balderan. You know that Zodge would not mind that too much, although he'd be better if it wasn't to be seen to be stored here. Alternatively, you could try and find a place to moor it, or you are you pinging the map because that's where you want to store it?
Yeah, sort of the closest spot to the dormitory.
Okay. In that case, yeah, Dolan, can I make a? Can you make a? This will be a strength check with proficiency and advantage as you steer the ship through the night, using your newfound seafaring talents.
I'm not sure how to add proficiency to it, but that's
if you roll any skill, you do have proficiency. Oh yeah, with a 23. You see Dolan again impressively managing
Parallel
to sail,
park.
allowing you to slip silently through the water. I don't know. There was a. This is a bit of a segue, but there was a Norwegian anti-drunk sailing ad. I don't know if any of you seen it. I will post it for posterity.
Yeah, don't drink and sail.
Yeah, that sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
I'll stick it in party chat because that pretty much the second fellow in this advertisement pretty much sums up Dolan's experience of docking here. Sorry for the immersion breaking, but yeah, Dolan, you slide the ship into the dock. You don't even need to look at what you're doing as you just toss out the rope, perfectly lassoing the bollards that you anchor ships to. I don't know nautical terminology very well. As you just leap off the boat onto the harbour side as the boat just pulls itself in, tightening the rope around it, holding it in place as it comes to a halt. The sail already reeled in as it just coasts in under its own momentum. Dolan, you are already putting the other fishermen who are just coming in for the evening now, backing their boats away to shame as they gape at this new accomplished sailor amongst them.
They're called cleats.
Thank you. Cleeps.
I knew I'd heard the term somewhere, but cleats.
Cleats are the ones on the boat. I'm not sure they're the ones
cleats are on the boat, and it's
it's
bollards, isn't it?
I think it's just a bollard. Yeah.
Well, depends how big it is, bollard, stanchion, etc., etc.
There we go. Right. So, as you step off onto the harbour and begin to head up through the gates over to your dormitory, can I get whoever is leading you guys to roll a d20, please?
Sylk, you're up.
Will do.
Ooh, isn't that bad?
Ooh,
It's
that
the
is-
high is bad.
High is bad.
Kind of worse.
So
It's another dead body in an alley.
in the evening.
I'm sorry.
I know
but
how to deal with it.
I can only roll high. This is what I do. Until I shoot someone, and then natural one.
In the dying evening light, you know that Baldur's Gate is not the safest of cities. Can I get you to roll 2d10 separately for me, please, Sylk? As your knowledge of the city does give you a degree of control over what happens next. A 9 and an 8.
Like, seriously.
You really needed a one here. Like a one lonely bandit that comes up, give me all your money. And then we just pound them into the pavement and move on.
Okay.
I would take one look at us and then change it to actually, could you spare some change, please?
You see a couple of things. There seems to be a gaggle of well-dressed, well-armored private guards bearing the seal of the Van Thampers walking down the street. They seem to be shaking down passerby, asking them questions, looking around menacingly. This is not their turf, but they seem to be acting as if it is. There is a way to avoid them, but it involves going down a street that seems strangely dark and cold. Which do you choose?
How far away are they?
They are only a few dozen feet away. If you don't duck down this other street quickly, they will spot you all.
You're the boss, Sylk.
I just walk past them and just say good evening.
Okay.
Just try to be as calm and relaxing as possible.
Yeah. There seem to be 6 of them. They don't like the look of you immediately as you approach. You see they place their hands on their weapons. As you make a persuasion check to try and as you try to approach these guys.
Yeah, now
as I see them reach the weapons, I just look at them and go, and do you know who I am? As I just like slightly bring up my sword and have like signet ring facing towards them.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Well, I was just going to say to Dolan,
Sorry.
don't we need some uniforms? Go on. Sorry.
I think that's a great idea. But I was going to say, as Sylk starts leading us towards them, can I just mutter something under my breath and cast a quick spell?
I would say they are already as Yerk says, do you know who I am? Drawing his sword, they say, oh, I think we know exactly who you are. Get him, lads! As they charge forward. This is going to be a combat. Give me one moment while I get this sorted for you guys.
I want the big guys. He's got my shoulders. If we take him out, I wear his stuff. There's one for Sylk. He's a little guy.
They look very well armed and armored, I will say right away. So hopefully you guys are doing okay.
Tooled up.
As you come to.
Man, I never understood that one in stealth games where you murder someone and then just take their bloody armor and I'm okay. I'm that guy.
So
don't you remember hiring a rock man guard?
Yeah.
That's what I was going to try and play off, but they decided it was better to attack.
Yeah, you're in kind of the narrow, cramped streets of the steeps. The alleyway that you guys you just came up from the south. The alleyway that you guys chose not to go down is over to your.
I can't. I'm on the city map. I'm not sure about
I'm
it.
just bringing it up. Just bring this up now.
Sorry.
Okay.
So we've got temporary hit points from the bear, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, do we?
Yep.
Yeah, I did it.
Oh, yeah, sorry, 8. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Just checking the character sheet there.
Rhea is also with you, and she does not look happy at this particular outcome.
Mm-hmm. Just walking in a straight line, Rhea. That's all we're doing.
I think you chose wisely. Well, I'll tell you afterwards.
If you kill him here, there's less guards at the manor. So
I've still got the makeup on my hands from making Amric look like a clown. So I don't know.
and I've got his gloves. I don't know if they'd recognize them.
So I believe Sylk was out in front.
I was.
In fact, I'll let you guys organize yourselves. So you came up from the south. The alleyway you could have ducked down is over to your east over here.
Have you got a map up? Because I've only got the city map at the moment.
There we go. Should see it now. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay,
And this is a perfect example of where we will not be using dynamic lighting.
That's cool.
So
I think we're
yeah,
just missing. I think I'm just
Sylk.
missing Sylk.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yerk would have moved up like to next to Sylk when he's said this.
My cat's,
The
and
rest
I
of
think
you
we're
would be
some
further backwards.
my cat's hanging around.
we're some
somewhere else.
missing gray. I think.
Yes, you are. I'll have to. I'll have to.
I think she
make
has
a-
the same.
Yeah, I'll. She has the same artwork.
Just
Yeah.
put an aura on her.
And I'll give you. Yeah, I'll give her a little friendly yellow dot to indicate that she is in fact your pal. But yeah, I'm gonna need.
Would have I had the opportunity? Like my persuasion of 11 was not enough. I see that immediately, right?
It's not enough. Yeah, you would not have the opportunity to do so.
Would I be able to take the opportunity to do one thing then if I noticed that immediately that it didn't work?
No, this is going to be decided by initiative.
Okay, good.
Okay. Right. So.
Oh god, I can't roll above a 10 now. It's all gone.
Oh, is that not? Oh, that's not come through, is it? 11, wasn't it?
Okay. I'm also going to be starting a little counter, which is currently on 0. Right. Also, does Rhea get your temporary hit points?
Yeah.
How much are they?
Yeah. 8.
8. Fantastic. Right. Okay. So, give me one moment, and I'll just adjust the music to something suitably sinister. Yes, these imposing Vantampa guards are seemingly alert to your descriptions and have managed to luck themselves into catching you walking down this street. Why are there 4 of them here? There we go. Don't worry, there weren't 8 of them standing on each other's shoulders just there. They were just... that was my bad. And yeah, you can see they've been harassing the passers-by. And now they have, in somewhat unlikely fashion, they've just come across their quarry. This one was the one that appears to be their leader, and I'll give him a little icon so you can recognize him. Okay, Rill, you are the first to act.
Being that blessed me, bless Yerk, Dolan, and Sylk.
Okay. You call upon the being that blessed you, and you see that glowing blue light emanates out from you, refracting to a symbol that appears in front of you, that is your symbol, and then spreads out to each of them as this symbol hovers just above them. And you find yourselves, all of you who are blessed, which was Sylk, Dolan, and Yerk?
Yeah, the 3 at the front.
And I will do a little holy aura for you guys as you feel the divine power of Yerk's deity giving you additional confidence and ability.
Rill's deity.
Sorry, yeah, Rill's deity.
Unless, of course, it could be the same deity.
Unless it's not Rill's.
Who knows?
It's some kind of deity. Well, you'd hope so anyway. But moving on. Yes, you have blessed your companions. What would you like to do next? Just retreat back?
Moving across and putting my back to the wall.
Okay. They seem to be directing a lot of their attention towards those for whom they have the most detailed description of. Lucian.
I think it's me next because I got an 18 as well.
Oh, I'm so sorry. This isn't in order at all. What's going on?
No, it's,
there we go. Mono,
I think
you're up
it's
next.
out a bit. Okay, so taking a look around, I'm actually going to move over to where Rill is, and I'm just gonna shillelagh this guy.
No,
That's
That's
right.
your friend.
So yeah.
As you see a heavily armed figures on the misty streets, you rush forward. You see a red head down.
Oh,
Who the hell do you think I am, you bleeding idiot? Is that
No,
what
no.
we're after? Do I look
There's
like
a-
a Van Tampa guy to you?
Am I making a mistake? But there's a guy with a yellow dot on.
Yes, that's right.
That's Raya.
Oh, I see.
That's
I
It's
will
easy
not
to
touch
get
her.
confused. It's dark. They're all wearing armor.
They're all the same icon.
She's also very annoying, so it's okay.
Yeah, I never liked you anyway. Okay, so what I'll do is Thorn Whip this guy from there.
Raya like save your life last session.
She did. No, I've actually got a hidden crush. I'm like the kid who punches her in the playground.
Okay.
So yeah, gonna
make your
Thorn Whip
attack
that
roll
guy.
with your Thorn Raya just like shaking her head. A 14 will miss, clanking against this guy's heavy armor.
Ah, Lucian, what's going on? I've lost my touch.
Must be the hits to the head.
Yes, I did take a few hits. Yeah, that's my go. Nothing much
Okay.
more I can do.
Lucian, you have a chance to show up your companion here.
Lucian looks really undecided on what to do. Can I delay my turn? Is that the thing you can do?
Technically, I would say not. It's not normally a thing you can do, but in this particular circumstance, I'll allow it. So I'm making an exception in saying that you can at the moment, but normally no. You can't. You can only delay an action, not your full turn.
Sure. You mean the ready action? Okay.
Yeah.
But I'll let you delay in this particular circumstances because you've sort of been caught off guard, and you're still figuring out what to do in this situation. I will let you do so just because it's the first round initiative and you're just coming in from deciding what to do.
Okay, because Lucian is sort of like he doesn't want to. He's afraid of taking aggressive actions anymore. So yeah, he's gonna hesitate and just sort of look around, unsure what to do for a while.
Okay, it's now these guys' turn. They go, "Get him, lads! Let's show them what happens when you mess with the Van Tampers." This guy's going to rush in. This guy is going to go here. This guy is going to go here. This guy is going to go here. Okay, so this one is going to take 2 swings at Sylk. You see, they've got they do have shields, but they're not wearing them. They've got swords, long swords now drawn and out, and they're going to make 2 swings each. So that's a 22 to hit on you and an 11. So I presume the 22 hits on you.
22 hits.
Sylk.
Yep.
You take 8 points of slashing damage as you dodge the first blow, but the second slams the pommel, slams across the side of your face, staggering you slightly as they advance. These guys this one is going to make 2 attacks on Dolan. That's a 24 for 7 and a miss. You take 7 points of damage, Dolan. As he again slashes into you, but your armor takes most of the brunt of that. And then these 2 are going to make 2 attacks each on Yerk. Giving as Yerk decided to insult their pride somewhat. So that is a 2 misses from the first guy, and then from their leader, a 122 to hit for 6 points of damage. As you're able to block most of their blows, parry them expertly with your powerful sword, but the final one just cuts across the side of your face slightly, leaving a slick trail of blood running down your face. These 2 in the back, they are going to draw crossbows. One of them is going to attack Mono in recompense for the attempted Thorn Whip. That's a 22 to hit for 9 points of damage on you as a crossbow bolt flies past you, stabbing into your shoulder. The next one is going to shoot at Raya and is going to miss. Okay. As these guys advance on you, yelling down the streets, Yerk, you're up.
So my longsword in hand, with like a slight green glow to it, I strike up at this leader in front of me. The guy who appears to be the leader anyway.
Make an attack roll.
Ooh. I can't find it. Is it? Oh, that did not work.
It should
that
be.
Is the spell.
Just make an attack. Pardon me. Just make an attack roll, and we'll sort out the spell stuff. Oh, a 25 will definitely hit.
And so he takes 25, and the guy to the left.
I should hope he doesn't take 25.
Sorry, he takes 6 points of damage. Yeah, that'll be a bit.
There we go. 7 points of damage as you slash into him, and then the guy next to him takes how much?
Just the one.
Takes 1 point of damage as fire leaps across from your blade over to the other guy.
And then I'm going to action surge and bring my sword back down.
Go for it. Make another one. That will also hit. Ooh, for 13. Ooh. Cutting into him as he cries out in pain as the fire slashes across him, burning into his womb and then leaping out to his companion, who also takes another point of damage. What the hell are these guys? They seem unhappy that even the massive guy clad in armor seems to be capable of doing magic. Of some description. Just
quickly, those attacks should have also had an extra D4 on them.
Yes. So
D4 to hit, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's D4 to hit, so it doesn't make a difference there. But just remember in future.
It was two 19s, which makes me very sad. There wasn't a 20.
You should have gone with champion, you fool.
Yeah.
Sylk, you are now up, assuming that you don't have any other things you want to do after those two powerful strikes.
No, that's it.
Okay, Sylk.
Seeing that, Sylk will also then try to stab in at him as well with my dagger.
Mm-hmm.
That will miss.
An 11 is yes. Your D4 would not allow you to hit, unfortunately.
My D4 was on that already. Actually, I've included it.
Okay.
Gotcha. And I'll take the second dagger attack at him. That will hit.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
That's a hit.
There's a 30 to hit. Yeah, it is. As you slash into him for 9 points of damage, as he cries out, "Ah! You should be doing better at protecting me, lads!" As he looks towards his lieutenant to sort of sheepishly look back to him.
I think that's only 5 points of damage. I think it's meant to, as a second attack with a two weapons, it's only...
Oh, sorry, it's your offhand attack, right? So yeah.
So it's only 5 points of damage.
As big as a hit.
Sorry. Mm-hmm. And then I will also action surge and attack him again. We're all action surging today. Go for it.
That comes back on a short rest.
A 16 will just barely miss.
Oh.
You very nearly hit him with a 16 on a natural roll of 6.
Damn it!
So that is impressive, but it does quite manage to miss.
It's max rolls that I could possibly do other than the 20. Okay. Anyway, that's attack,
okay.
And yeah, I will actually. I will take the attack of opportunity by stepping back, as I've done those two. Step back. And then to move back my 30 feet so that I'm ready to take out the bow in a moment. But
will they get attacks of opportunity?
They will.
Okay. They're going to make swings at you.
Yep.
It's a 17 for 12. And a 19 for 10. Ow! He's getting away! They turn to you and they both slash at you in unison. You take 22 points of damage.
Okay.
You still up?
As you,
there's a lot of deep wounds on the back as he ran away. He's not. Yeah. Ow. Ow.
Rhea is going to turn to you. Mono, rush towards you with sword raised and trying to make you flinch. Make a wisdom save real quick.
She's trying to make me flinch.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Like rushing at you with the sword up.
Is this she's in love with me as well? Is this what's going on? What do you say? Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save. Yeah.
Oh no.
You just sort of and she, not much fun when it happens to you, is it? And then she turns, takes Sylk's place, and is going to attack the leader.
I just stick my tongue out. She can't even see me do it.
The second attack will hit for 6 points of damage as he slashes into him. Again, only a glancing blow, but enough to make him stagger backwards. Dolan.
It's a question. If I were to move here, could I do a 15-foot cone that would miss Yerk?
Yeah, I'd say so. If you like flatten yourself up against the wall of the house and then breathe outwards from there, you'd be able to get them. In fact, if you were to get, you could do it from here, right? You could do. I would say that cone would miss Yerk because it would be.
Well, I want to get this guy, and this guy. So the leader,
Big hit.
the bloke to his left,
at
and the
the
bloke
start
right in front of
there,
me.
so down to
Yeah, you could do it
one.
like that basically. That would get all of them, and that would miss Yerk.
One hit
In that
point.
case, I will use my breath weapon to breathe some ice on them.
Oh, nice. That's a Constitution save, right?
Yes, it's a 12, I think.
Okay, the leader of them fails. The leader of them succeeds. The other two fail. As you roar out a showering cascade of ice, coating all of their armor and rhyme. This one, he manages to stagger backwards, avoiding the worst of it. But these two are both going to take 5 points of damage as they cry out, as they find their hands begin to become slick with ice and icicles as they take that damage.
And I think the guy who saves gets half.
He does take half,
so-
yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to do.
Okay, fantastic. Rel.
Do I get my delayed turn
Lucian.
now, or
Oh yeah, Lucian. Yeah, you were delaying your turn, so I say you can take that now if you want.
Okay, perfect. So, seeing battle being joined on all sides, Lucian just suddenly snaps out of it. He starts to conjure up a flame in his hand, but instead of throwing it like he normally does, he just sort of blows on it, and the flame scatters into a lot of little embers. And I'm going to try to cast Fairy Fire.
Oh, nice.
And these, I can't. How do I draw a rectangle? I'm basically trying to catch this guy, this guy, and this guy.
What's the
It's a
radius?
20-foot cube.
20-foot cube. You could do that quite easily. That would catch all of these. Wait, that does that include? You'd have to.
It includes
Yerk.
friend.
Yeah, yeah. So you could
I
get-
think I could.
No, excluding this one.
No, it could
Yeah.
be.
So it's this guy.
So you can do it.
Yeah, something like that, and just make the cube. That's the cube I'm looking for.
There we go. Perfect. Yeah, you could do that. That all three of them will make
That's the cube.
dex saves.
That's
Yeah, DC 14.
Question is, how do I get rid of it?
If you do the cube diagonally, you could actually get this guy in the top left corner as well.
DC
and
14. Ooh, actually, yeah, that's a good point. Do you want to rotate that?
You could rotate it diagonally and get everyone except for the guy on the right.
Oh god. Sorry, I'll take it. Yeah, I was doing that again.
Yeah.
How does that work?
You could get these four, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that. So these four have to do it. So two of them succeed. Let's see what the last one does. The last one also succeeds. So it's just this guy over here who you managed to catch.
Wait,
He is
Beady little
illuminated in
bastards.
tiny glowing embers, which show up all around him.
which one is it? That one?
Yes, the one I've done the little flame symbol.
Oh, the little flamey thing. Okay, cool. Good to know.
And I'm gonna take a few steps back and look over Sylk's injuries, and that's my turn.
Okay. So because you've delayed your turn, what the way I'll be running this, and just I've realised how to run this. So on the first turn you can delay your turn, but whatever you delay it to, that's your new initiative, if that's okay.
Okay, so then set me to 0 initiative, I guess.
There we go. So I believe it is Rill first of all. Rill, can I get you to roll a D100 real quick?
$93.
That's probably really bad as well.
Yeah, things happen.
Oh god.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Tiamat.
You spend the entire game trying to roll high numbers, but then with the random stuff, it's all the other way around.
You see from over in the eastern alley that you didn't duck down, a luminous wisp of vapor roiling forth. It looks like a glowing cloud. It's glowing with a strange, cold, blue-green light.
Scheiße.
Chose the right option.
Make me a Arcana check. You have
Okay.
no idea what
Now
that
I roll
was.
out. I take it it's moving our way.
Very gently, yes.
How long would I take before it arrives?
It doesn't seem to be moving especially quickly. Maybe about 12 to 18 seconds. In any case, you may take your turn.
Right. Quick line of speech. Would that interfere with casting a full round action spell?
Not at all.
All right. Moving here, saying just loud enough for my allies to hear. Be ready to run. Look right.
Yes, and you'd all see this strange, glowing, smoky, wispy fog roiling towards you.
Then the rest of my movement is coming down here, and then, being that blessed me, cure Sylk's wounds.
Nice. So yeah, you do that. Raising out your hand as blue light funnels forth.
Oh, come on, being that blessed me. Work with me here.
Regaining very close to the minimum amount, but it's still healing 7 points of health on you, Sylk.
Thanks.
Okay. And with that, it is now Mono's turn.
Okay, just another thorn whip, but this time to the one who has advantage on it.
This fella here. One that's been seared.
Yeah.
15 is not going to make it. This guy is heavily
Whoa.
armed, and it just bounces off his steel chest plate, was surrounded by riveted plates of iron bound into a flexible but defensive mass of armor. Those of you who are proficient with heavy armor would recognize this as splint mail.
Okay, so the whip pings off the plate, and then I look right towards this glowing object, and I go, "Oh, this is getting worse." I'm just going to move over here in the lee of this house.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It is now these guys' turn. They are not best pleased. So the leader is going to disengage and fall back 5, 10, 15 feet. Actually, I don't think he is going to disengage. I think he's just going to fall back, and he's going to pull out his crossbow, so you'll get an attack of opportunity, Yerk.
Yeah, does what's her name get an attack opportunity as well?
Oh yeah, Ray
Yeah.
will as well. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
So bring my longsword. Oh.
Ray will hit that.
Add +4.
I'm paying too much attention to the.
12.
Oh yeah, sorry, +4 as well to
Add
that.
+4.
Oh, actually, yeah, that could hit.
Oh,
Oh, so close. 16
I'm paying
just
too much
barely
attention to
misses.
Flying cloud to my right as he's like, "What?"
So he's
As Rhea slashes into him, he staggers back, he pulls out his crossbow, and he's going to shoot it towards Mono.
Do I get cover because I'm by the side of the house? He's round the corner. No.
He pulls it out as he's retreating, and he's going to shoot you sort of as he's here, and then fall back over here. So
Okay.
yeah, 16 to hit.
I actually have no idea. I think I'm a 15, aren't I? Yeah.
Actually, have a look here.
I'm 15.
Yes, a 15, so that will hit. So you take 10 points of damage as a bolt slams into you. This guy up here is going to fire his. He's going to actually going to run up and take his captain's place here. He's going to make a couple of attacks against Sylk. Both of those miss. This one is going to try slashing at Rhea. That is a natural 20. That is a miss. As Rhea, a powerful strike cuts into Rhea, who cries out. This guy is going to also make a couple of attacks on Sylk, though he's clearly distracted by the embers that are on him. Does a 16 hit you, Sylk?
I think it does.
Yeah, you'll take 6 points of damage. And then
Yeah, it does.
this guy is going onto Dolan. That is a 20 to hit. Out of his 2 attacks, one of them does hit. Does a 20 hit you, Dolan?
Yeah.
10 points of damage on you, Dolan. This guy is going to move up here and is going to try and shoot a crossbow bolt towards Rill. That's a 20 to hit, Rill, for 11 points of damage. As a pung out of nowhere, you see from behind cover this crossbow flying out, stabbing in, just barely glancing off your shoulder, leaving a red welt where it cuts through the upper portion of your skin.
As it slips into me, I'm barking a word and just shield of magical energy between me and it.
Ooh. As you raise your hand up in a shield, it clatters off it, avoiding you entirely. This appears to be a green light. This does not have the bluish tinge of Rill's usual magic. As he misses and curses. Sylk.
So the one that's just hit me, I turn to him and just say, "Wasn't the burning enough?" As I bring my longsword, sweeping across, or attempt to sweep it across his chest.
Yeah, make an attack roll with advantage. Ooh, that'll. Add your D4.
D4. Keep forgetting I got that.
Yes, that'll
Come
hit.
on.
As you
Hey!
feel confidence flowing through you. 10 points of damage as you strike home.
And then that guy, who's just run up, has now just got this little ember that's just burned on him.
Yeah. Fantastic. Would you like to do anything else?
I would like to shout across the leader, "Coward, you're running away from us."
It's a tactical retreat. It's completely different. Make a persuasion check.
That one. Oh.
Yeah, he feels no shame. Sylk.
Okay. I will. Yeah, seeing that, I will just take a couple of steps forward to try to open the angle up, and I'll also have a hit out at the guy with his glowing flame.
Attack roll with advantage.
Yep.
25 will definitely hit. For 10 points of damage. Your arrow striking true, landing into this guy. He's beginning to look pretty unhappy with his position.
And then,
would you like to do anything else?
as a bonus action, I will just take my second wind. Oh, for crying out loud.
Good roll, bad roll. That's the rule.
So it should be 1d10 plus 2, so I should at least get 3 hit points.
Yeah, you get 3.
God.
It's plus
anyway.
5 to level, isn't it? Not plus 2.
Well, who's to say?
Yeah, that's plus 2, yeah.
Yeah. Rhea is now going to she's actually gonna she shouts back, should I chase after him or should I stay fight these guys?
Don't run away.
And she shrugs and just starts
Stay with us.
slashing at the guy in front of her. The 24 will hit for 6 points of damage, cutting into him. That is her turn. Dolan.
I'm just going to pull out my maul and just swing at the bloke directly in front of me.
Go for it. 17 just barely hits.
That would have had a plus 4 on it as well, Dolan.
Yeah.
I think it's already included.
No, it's not.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
But Is that D4 limited?
Until the spell runs out.
At the end of the day, I've hit him anyway.
Yeah. So you just add it on no matter what, and sometimes it's useful. For 12 points of damage as you. What fighting style do you have, Dolan? By the way.
Defense.
Okay, in that case, yeah. So that's just 12 as you slam them all into him in a staggering blow. He is not looking happy at that strike that crushes through his armor. Lucian. Oh, sorry. Unless you want to do anything else, Dolan?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Lucian.
Lucian's not happy that a lot of people have managed to dodge his embers, and he's gonna try. He's gonna try again. Can I get all 5 of them this time?
Yes,
because
you would be able to get all 5 of them.
So he's gonna do the same thing again. He's gonna grab an even bigger ball of fire now, and just scatter it into even more embers to throw at them. So fairy fire again on the 5 guys.
Okay, only 2 guys succeeded, and one of them was the guy who has already been marked. So
it's concentration. So the marked one already. So the mark guy loses his mark.
Yes. So these 3, and in fact, which was the first one? Yeah, the first one failed. So he is also marked as well, their leader, as more embers fly out, attaching themselves as they sort of try and brush them off in vain, as they settle in, providing easy targets for your allies.
Okay, and yeah, can't do much for a bonus action, so that's my turn.
Okay. As you stand in the back. Before Real takes a turn, can I get you to roll a D100, please?
Yep. Much better.
Middle of the road. Nice.
Yeah. Not horrendous. Not the best.
Okay, let's see what happens here. Okay. Cool. Fantastic. Rill, you take your turn. Rill, you're up.
I would like to slip forward to here, take a peek around the corner to see how the cloud is doing.
It's steadily advancing, but nothing too exciting.
Take one more step forward so I can call out. We're running out of time. Be ready to run. And then, being that blessed me, smite their leader, and then I'm falling back.
Okay, how are you smiting?
Does fairy fire apply disadvantage to dexterity saves?
That is a very good point.
I don't think it mentions anything about it.
I know some spells do. I can't remember if fairy fire is one of them. If not, it's all right.
Don't think so.
I think it's only attack rolls. So, for example, if you're guiding bolt, that will give you advantage. But other than that,
Yeah, it's just on attack rolls.
He does roll a natural 1 though, so that will succeed as you smite down upon him. Blue light burning him as he cries out in pain. He's looking extremely wounded.
Nice.
As you see his blue light burning out from the inside of his armor out, you see his eyes glow temporarily as smoke begins to rise from the gaps and the chinks in his splint armor. Would you like to do anything else, Will?
No, that's all right.
Okay, Mono.
Okay, so I'm gonna cast Healing Word on Dolan.
Yeah, okay, cool.
You don't want it?
Oh no, do it.
Okay, so that's 8 points. Then I'm gonna Thorn Whip. If I move forward 1, could I get the leader from there? Can I see him well enough?
Miles, from here, you'd have to move a little couple of steps to the right in order to see him.
If I move just to there,
Uh-huh.
right, and then I will thorn whip the leader at advantage. I think.
Okay, make an attack roll with advantage.
Huh. It's funny. I've pressed it. Nothing's happening. Oh, whoa.
11 still misses as you are. You see, Lucian, you see that so demonstrably powerful earlier. Now, Mono's whips just seem to be lacking in the kind of pizzazz and vivaciousness that you've come to expect.
I just turn around and I look like a tennis player looking at his box, hands out, like, what? What's going on? And we're
not allowed to talk and help you, man.
Yeah, 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm actually gonna just go, then move behind this house, and I'm gonna lean on my knees and just start panting. He's getting flashbacks from being almost killed last time.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay, it's now the baddies' turn. The ones engaged in melee will continue to hack away. That's a 23 and an 18 on Rhea, both of which are hit, who cries out as she takes 13 points of damage. These two are going to continue to chop their way into Yerk. One of those hit for 9 points of damage on you, Yerk.
So as he goes to strike, Yerk's longsword again shimmers up.
Ooh, and a green barrier rises, dispelling the blow. Would a 21 hit even so?
21 plus 5, yes, a 21 would.
Yes, but it does clash through this barrier as you take 9 points of damage. However, the second two, one of the second one's attacks, he does roll a 16, so that is dispelled, but there's another 22, so you are going to take 19 points of damage in total there, Yerk. Oof. As your barrier is not enough to stop their determined blows. As the first one bounces off it, and then cracks begin to appear, and then two more hack and slash, driving through, finding the chinks both in your magical and your physical protections. This one is going to attack Dolan. 23 to hit for 4, and then a miss. So you take 4 points of damage there. And then the leader is going to say, hold him off me! He's going to fall back 5, 10, 15, 20 feet. He's going to attempt to take the hide action. He does successfully manage to hide from you guys. Unless anyone has a passive perception of above 18.
Nope.
Okay. Meanwhile, this one is going to shoot a crossbow bolt at Yerk. However, misses, glancing off your arcane shield. Yerk, you're up now.
So just before I bring my longsword down on the one in front of Dolan, I say, "Your leader has fled. Do you wish to continue this fight?"
You hear a shout ring out. "I've not fled. I'm continuing to strategically retreat. I'm preparing an ambush." So you don't see exactly where it is, but you know from his shout as you offended him, he's somewhere around here. But you wouldn't be able to specifically pick him out and target him.
Right, so I bring my longsword down on the one in front of Dolan for
a 19 will hit. For 10 points of damage as you cut through. At first you can't find an opening, but then you see the movement of the embers in the darkness, and you're allowed to strike home with unerring accuracy as he cries out as you slash into him. And I believe someone next to him will also take 1 point damage. Fire leaps out from him as you dislodge one of the embers, and it mingles with your flame, slamming into him, who cries out in annoyance more than agony, but definitely is hurting him there.
Then I am going to second wind to gain back some hit points. In a cry.
Okay, Sylk.
How tall is this building? Is it a 1-story or 2-story?
It is it's like a 1.5 story. There's like a first floor, and then there's sort of an attic floor. Okay. So it's roughly 15 foot tall.
Yeah.
At its highest point, but maybe 10 foot tall at the lowest point. However, there are some crates over here that might provide some leverage to allow you to climb up onto the roof if you wanted to do so.
Yeah, I will try to do so, at least to start with. So I'll move over and try to get up onto the roof, jumping off making it as easy as possible, jumping up.
Make, so to climb that would be an athletics check.
Oh. I'll quickly see if I have the ability to do so.
It's pretty easy with the crates there, so yeah, 14 does succeed, and you manage to haul yourself up onto the roof.
Up to there, and then just move to there so I can still get there. Can I see the leader hanging around, and do I have a good view? And
he has successfully hidden.
That's
however, because of your vantage point, I will let you to make a perception check without taking an action to see if you can spot him.
That's right. I'm not actually too worried about him. That was just a side thing. I wanted to get up to be able to sort of have an eye on this thing, but also be able to still shoot. I'll have a shot at the one in front of Yerk if I can get an attack there. I might have to move there to get a better hit on him.
Make an attack roll.
At advantage or... Yep.
Yes. A 21 will hit.
So
for 6 points of damage on this guy, yeah?
The one, this one here.
As you, your arrow strikes Crew, slamming into him from above. He looks around desperately trying to see where it came from, but he's unable to get a good bead on you because you're up on the roof.
Cool. That's my turn.
Okay. Rhea is going to make some swings about the guy who's been helpfully lit up for her. That is going to hit. That is also going to hit. She slashes through with 2 powerful blows for 21 points of damage. Rhea earning our keep here as her blows land. This guy cries out. He's beginning to look very bloodied by the ongoing fighting, and he's clearly uncomfortable at being lit up by this way. They've also started to notice the approaching mist, and it seems to clearly unnerve them. Dolan.
Again, attack on the same guy right in front of me.
Okay, attack roll with advantage. An 11 will miss, and I believe, the D4 isn't going to be enough to help you out here. So that is not going to quite hit, unfortunately for you, though you do swing your maul with some power. He's clearly a little bit unnerved by your attack and your presence and the wounded nature of his comrades and this mist approaching. So can I get you to make an intimidation check?
Yes, you can.
Oh, on a 17. This guy is beginning to look a bit unnerved. He's actually going to be frightened of you until the end of your next turn. As he begins to sort of glance around, see his comrades falling, none of you guys going down yet, his commander retreating. He is not looking happy. Lucian.
Seeing Yerk getting a lot of unwanted attention, I'm just gonna quickly rush up next to him. And since our time in the ruins, I already know how to quickly apply first aid while he's fighting. I start patching him up.
Yeah, you're used to this. You're like, you see like the other bandages that you've applied several times in the past, and you're like, yeah, there we go. As you continue to apply your healing. Can I get you to roll a D100, please?
Oh no. Okay.
Thank you, my friend.
A 30. Okay. Can I get you to roll a D6?
Oh no. Aha.
Okay.
That's good, I hope. It's only 2 bad guys.
Sylk, you are illuminated by the light of the moon as you stand upon this rooftop.
Mm-hmm.
You notice your shadow appears to be acting a little bit off. It seems to be moving almost independent of you. You can see as you put down your bow up, you see the shadow still is holding the bow. You sort of glance at it for a second. Before it sort of returns to normal, but clearly slightly out of sync with yours.
Okay.
Okay. And with that, this mist gets a little bit closer.
Can I throw as a? Oh my god! Can I throw my torch into it as a bonus action to see what happens? Can
Yeah.
I?
Just roll a d20 and add your dex.
Oh.
Okay.
I missed the mist.
You hurl your torch through the mist and it sort of sails through and nothing happens as it clatters on the far side. Though you do see temporarily illuminated within the mist. You think you almost see a figure illuminated by the torchlight, but it soon passes as it just the torch clatters across and you can't see it anymore.
I'm gonna yell at the guy. I think there's something in the mist, and that's my turn.
Okay. Right. Rill.
Seeing the mist coming around the corner. Actually, is Dolan still down hit points?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, seeing the mist come around the corner, he's dashing up to here. Being that blessed me, heal Dolan. Then calling out, retreat!
Okay, yeah, as you lay your hands on Dolan, he is going to restore some health. 11 points of health as blue light flows over, closing up Dolan, the slight slashes that you've taken from these powerful swords.
I don't suppose you would allow me a second Arcana check as I'm retreating to have another guess.
I'll let you do... I wouldn't let you do an Arcana check. I'll let you do a religion check. You can hear within this mist just the very faint sounds. It sounds like a strange, forlorn wailing. You can also see that the tendrils, very interesting, the tendrils of this mist appear to be almost ectoplasmic, but not quite. There's something different about them, as if something is trapped within. Okay. Would you like to do anything else?
Am I suspecting some kind of undead?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Alright, retreating a bit further.
Okay, cool.
Actually, I've got 5 more foot of movement, so I'll put it there.
Fantastic. Mono.
Okay, so I'm gonna, with my deep breathing, just come around and then.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry to bother you. I just realized something. Can you hide while you're under the effect of fairy fire? I know you can't turn invisible, but
You can hide, but it's that's a good point. I haven't actually considered that.
I don't think so.
You can't even be invisible, so it's hard.
I would say he will have disadvantage on the check, meaning that you actually would be able to spot him.
Yeah, I guess that would mean we would basically be able to see him with a 13 passive perception, which I think a lot of us have.
Yes, so you do all spot him now as he is lit up by this fire. Sorry, that was a very good point.
I just realized when I was counting the guys with fairy fire. Wait a minute, there's only 2 of them. What happened to the third guy?
Okay, so I come out feeling the anxiety of near death, and then come round to this strange cloud, and it doesn't get any better. So I'm going to cast Cure Healing Word on Rhea.
Nice.
Since she did me the same courtesy.
Nice.
So that's six for her. And then I will Thorn Whip the guy who is in front of Yerk. The one who has...
Yes. He is beginning to look pretty...
Oh yeah, finally.
19 will finally hit.
Yay.
He's going to be...
Yay!
towards you. Rhea sort of looks at you, gives you a thanks and says, "See, he is good for summon."
No, I'm not going to drag him.
Oh,
I
you're
think
not
he's
gonna
better.
drag him. Okay.
No, I think he's better off where he is. Yeah, I look at Lucian, do the hand thing again, like a tennis player, and then go back.
Get a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get a thumbs up as he's patching up here.
Yeah.
Back on form. You just have to get warmed up. These guys, they're gonna continue their assaults. None of them are injured enough to want to retreat just at the minute. That is going to be a miss, a hit. That's an 18 to hit on Dolan.
No.
Misses, clangs against your shield. You're going to try and hit Yerk now. 17.
Yep.
Are you going to cast shield?
No,
You,
I'm.
Okay. Then that is an 11. So you take 5 points of damage from that guy. As he cuts across you, your arcane power diminished. This guy is going to make another 2 attacks on you. That's an 18 to hit for 11 and a natural 1, which misses. So you take 11 further points of damage.
Yep.
Okay, and then this guy... sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. No, don't.
No worries.
I was wrong about something.
And then...
Wait, did I
attack
cast
on-
shield last turn?
You did, yeah.
Doesn't it last until the start of my turn? That's the question.
That's why I was
Yep.
checking that it's
Yes.
till the beginning of your turn.
Yeah.
And I.
Yes, but it's... Oh, what?
That's right. Yeah.
No, but you cast
Oh no,
it
sorry, yeah,
the
no, I
round
cast it before.
before-
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not quite. And then it's going to hit Rhea for 6, slashing across her. And that this guy hiding in the back is going to realize he's not hiding very effectively, and then he's gonna pull out his crossbow. He's actually going to try and shoot Sylk, though he's going to have issues. Sylk, you're going to have 3/4 cover.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it sails wide over your head. This guy is going to try and shoot Lucian. That's a 19 to hit on you, Lucian.
Yeah,
You take
that's
10 points of damage.
Oh crap. Okay.
Yerk.
So hearing Rill actually being concerned about this big ball of mist rather than intrigued by it has got Yerk a little thinking like this might not be good. So I'm actually going to disengage from the front here and then retreat towards Rill. 5, 10, 15, 20. So I'm just going to move 20 feet, so I'm just standing in front of Rill here.
As you hear that, as you start pulling back, you see their leader call out from over here. Who's tactically retreating now, eh?
I'd love to see you jump into that ball of mist then.
He doesn't seem too keen to do that. Yeah, you disengage and fall back. Would you like to do anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Sylk.
Seeing an arrow fly out and hear him yell that out, Sylk will just sort of step over to here, look down, and just go, tactical, and then push and fire at him with the.
Yeah, make an attack roll with advantage. 17 just barely hits.
He gets a +4 then as well.
Yeah, that's with the
including the
register with the
+4.
+4,
So yeah,
but
that's
I still
Oh,
hit.
sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
for
you...
6 points of damage as he yells, who's tactically retreating? As the arrow just slams into the side of his neck as he reveals his position. He slumps down to the floor, bleeding and dead. These guys all seem very dismayed at this happening. You see worried looks passing between them.
Did my shadow act weird when I did that?
Yeah, the shadow seems to have just been left behind on the side of the roof when you ran over. As you look over, it sort of scuttles over to you, and then mimes shooting an arrow as well.
Okay, interesting. So that was 15 to there. So I'll just pop back onto the side of the roof and yell down to Rill and go, my shadow is not following me. Is it got something to do with that big ball? And I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Rhea, she calls back, retreat, I?
Yes!
She is going to disengage and fall back 30 feet. That is her turn. And now, who haven't I got to roll a d100 yet? Dolan, can I get you to roll a d100? You're the closest one who I haven't had roll yet. A 30.
Again, roll a d6.
Roll a den.
Roll again.
45.
It was good.
Oh,
No,
okay.
that's bad.
Dolan,
Mhm.
roll a Constitution saving throw real quick.
Oh god.
Good to add your +4 to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roll your d4.
D4.
Gonna need it.
No, that doesn't do it.
Oh.
Oh.
Dolan, you feel unsettled as you begin to rise off of the ground, floating
I was
up,
sure it's gonna be levitate for some reason.
to a height, slowly rising as you try and grab onto the ground. You find yourself spinning in the air as you rise to a height of 20 feet off the ground.
Okay.
Just above the height of this rooftop, in fact. As you all see a screaming spirit emerge from the mist, and it lets out a horrifying wail.
Oh no.
And I'm going to need everyone who
Oh,
can
no.
see it, which I believe is everyone except Mono, to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Do I see it from where I am on that
Jesus.
side?
Yeah, you have line of sight it from the roof.
Oh god, everyone's dead.
I was like, aha, I have +6 on this.
Okay. You do get your bless, Yerk, so you might
Okay.
want to add that. Not that it does
I
make a
don't think it would-
difference.
6.
As
Oh, Lucian.
so you get 6. Okay, no.
Lucian. It was nice knowing you.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
Right, so Dolan, Lucian, Dolan, you also need to roll a d4 just to see if that aids you.
Oh,
Okay, that actually does make a difference. So Dolan, Lucian, Yerk, you are all frightened as this creature
Okay.
screams out. You see its horrifying face. It seems to be a young woman whose throat has been slashed. You also are... I'm going to need you to roll a 1d4 Yerk. Oh,
That's not
okay.
good. I needed that earlier.
That's not good. That is not good at all. Yerk, as you look to this creature, your hair begins to shrivel. Your face becomes lined. You feel your muscles sag and your bones creak as you age 40 years.
40.
So I don't know how old Yerk was before.
He was quite young, so that's not.
Yeah.
He's now 57.
You're now 57. So, yeah. Make of that what you will. And yeah, everyone who failed that, which is you three, you're all frightened.
You just became your grandfather. That's amazing.
If
yeah.
it helps, I think it does mean that you get a +2 bonus on wisdom saves.
No. Only bad things.
And it cost you less to...
Right, okay. Also, these guys are all going to make wisdom saves, more to the point. All of them. One... they're going to have disadvantage as well because their commander just died. So that's a success, a fail, a fail, a success, and a fail, including 3 of them failing by 5 or more. So they are all going to age 30 years as you see they become creaky and their faces lined, the hair turns white as they see them shaking as they turn to flee. from this horrifying creature, Dolan. You are frightened of this thing, which means you cannot move towards it, and you are unable to. You have disadvantage on attack rolls while it is within your line of sight.
He's also 20 feet in the air.
You're also 20 feet in the air. That is true. You are floating, tumbling head over heels. You're just out of reach of the rooftop because you're about 5 foot above the highest level of the rooftop.
So looking at this thing and panicking a little bit, this I don't think will work, but I'll try it anyway. I'm going to grab my holy symbol and try to abjure the extra planar.
I believe, yeah, let me just check actually. You actually put that, hang on, I'll put that in the chat.
Yeah, hang on. I think it's undead, so I don't think it works, but...
Yeah, it is of this plane, and it seems unaffected by your castigations.
Okay. And then, because I'm assuming I can just go over I can ignore the building, and I'm just going to...
Right, so just to explain what's happening here, you are just floating in midair. If you don't have a means of moving around while in the air, you are just kind of stuck there floating.
Okay, in that case, I'm just going to shout out, going, oh no, any chance of latching onto us and pulling us along like a balloon?
Alex,
What is
question
balloon?
for you. He's 20 feet up.
Yes.
Rooftop is 15 foot.
Yeah.
Given the fact that he's got a massive two-handed maul, could he theoretically hook the end of the maul onto the rooftop and try to pull himself over the rooftop at least?
I would say yes. However, the way the spell works is that if he wasn't unable to then grab onto the rooftop, he would then float 20 feet above the rooftop.
You'd be able to use the maul as an anchor?
Yeah, if he was to try to do that, then yeah, I'd say, Dolan, if you wanted, next turn you'd be able to use your action to try and do that.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Okay.
I'm just going to be shouting for make me a balloon.
Let me just check to see if you get to save at the end of your turn. I don't believe so. Nope. That is, yep, that's just happening to you. Okay. So, Lucian, you're next up. You are frightened.
That's an understatement. Lucian is.
Oh, hang on. You rolled, you rolled a natural one as well. I'm going to need you to roll the d4.
What? No.
Because you, because you didn't get, you got less than 5.
Oh,
Oh,
All
Christ
right,
on a bike.
Lucian also ages by 40 years. Yeah, Lucian, you feel your hair go white, lines appearing on your faces as your skin begins to sag and droop, your eyes shrinking in your skull, little cavities appearing above them as your cheeks go sallow, and you feel yourself growing older and weaker. How old is Lucian now?
I think we will be like 23 or something, so he would be.
Yeah. In his early 60s, yeah.
Yeah. Like, oh! And he would disengage and run away, probably at a reduced movement speed. I'm gonna only run.
No, you still have your full movement speed. You know, you've only aged cosmetically. You don't suffer any of the physical because your body hasn't been through all the natural processes that actually make it sort of older and bristler and more delicate. So like you don't use any abilities, but you do now look old.
Yeah. There are 63-year-olds
And he's
that
gonna
can
run.
There are 63-year-olds that can run marathons. Come on.
Exactly. Right. Rel. You see that this spirit, by the way, and this this strange mist appear to be separate.
Can I get another roll to try and identify what they are now then?
Yes.
If I'm getting more clues.
Make a Arcana check.
It's a really fun little mini battle. I'm really enjoying it.
You've actually heard about phenomena similar to this in some of your research over the years. You know that the undead, especially spirits, are manifestations of negative energy, bound to the plane by dark and deep malice and negative emotions. However, life is primarily composed of positive energy, and you've heard reports that maybe in some few cases, when an undead is created, there might be a byproduct of positive life energy that could potentially be harnessed to great effect in the creation of a creature such as this. Normally that would just dissipate it into the environment, but if you were to somehow be able to capture and store it, who knows what you might be able to do with it?
Do I have anything that could capture it and store it?
Did you? I believe you found a pot in the. You found a chamber pot when you went in the unused dormitory that I think you took with you.
I don't think we took the chamber pot with us. Just.
I mean, you reckon any kind of container might do?
All right. Would it be an action to do something? I'm assuming it would be, wouldn't it?
I would say it would be it would be an action, because basically what you have to do is try and grab as much of the stuff you can, stuff it in the container, and then put a lid on it. If you have any container that would be suitable for this.
I believe I do.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I've moved 5 foot.
Oh, you have the map case as well, I believe.
Yeah, but I don't want to introduce a cloud of random magic into a map case that has a map of Avernus in it.
That's very true. That's very true.
So I've moved 5 foot to there.
Mm-hmm.
By the time I've got to there, I've pulled my lamp out of my bag.
Ooh, nice.
So that's 15, 20, 25, 30. Mm-hmm. And just pushing my lamp around as I can.
Okay, yeah, I'll say that you do manage to collect significant portions. There seems to be a central mass of glowing blue-green energy at the center of this that you do manage to collect
Yoinking
into
that.
your lamp. As you stuff it in, the rest of the mist dissipates. As you see your lamp is now filled with an eerie blue-green glow that will also cause your lamp to glow as long as you have it.
Cool. Very cool.
Awesome.
See what that means.
This might come in handy later, but it'll take some study to figure out what you could actually do with it.
No, run away.
Right, that's your action. Would you like to do anything else?
I suddenly realized that I'm pretty much right at the front and go, oh dear. Being that blessed me, Shield of Faith!
As you cover yourself with I believe Shield of Faith is concentration, right? So that'll end the bless.
I'm afraid that would end the bless.
Okay, I'll give you a little symbol for that.
Pull the oxygen mask. It's fine.
There we go. There's the blessings on you guys ceases. Having done most of the hard work there, doing a lot of filling you with confidence, allowing more of your attacks to strike true. And with that, it is Mono's turn.
Okay, so I presume I can see Dolan just coming up like a hot air balloon.
Sort of flailing around. He's holding his holy symbol out to little avail as he tumbles head over heel, floating in midair.
Like a Bertie Bassett hot air balloon. So I'll say, Dolan, make yourself big. So I want him to put his arms and legs out. I would try for advantage, but I know that's not going to happen.
I would say if Dolan is allowing you, this will have advantage, yeah.
Okay, great. So I say to Lucian, well, first of all, I look at him and go, oh, because he's looking horrendous. Lucian, you're not looking so good, but watch this.
What's that?
Oh, nice. So you're going to need to roll damage for this as you slash into him with the whip as this barbed, rocky thing wraps its way around one of your legs. 2 points of damage on you, Dolan. But yeah, you are pulled downwards and towards the street level by 10 feet.
Well, what I'm trying to
over
do,
onto the roof.
can I pull him to where Sylk is?
Yeah.
Yeah, can I just pull him next to him, and so that he's at least within grabbing distance?
Okay.
Okay. And then I'm gonna I'll go over to where, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'll just move 10 feet this way. I think 15 feet. That's it.
Okay, cool. These guys, it's now their turn. Almost all of them I believe 2 of them are not frightened. But these 3 immediately just start sprinting away as fast as their now elderly legs can carry them, as they rush through the light, screaming bloody murder. They actually run past this guy, and you can see as they look towards him, they see that his flesh is beginning to decompose with unearthly speed. It bubbling and peeling away from him as the eyes turn white and rotten, the flesh falling away as it begins to decompose, the horrible stench, and they scream further and continue to run away. You don't imagine they'll be coming back anytime soon. These 2 are going to bravely see their companions run away. I'm going to get them to make wisdom saves just to see if they're brave. This one is brave. This one is also brave. So they're going to try and attack this ghost here.
Alex, just out of curiosity there, when you've got a situation like this and you're rolling to see if someone's brave or stupid, does succeeding on their roll mean they're brave or stupid?
I think brave and stupid are not mutually exclusive. If anything, the opposite.
They are, well, yeah, that's the thing. They basically, it's to see if they are willing to stick around.
If they pass their morale.
They do want to stick around. They do that. Like they're proud guys. If they were more easily given to cowardice, they would most likely leave. Yeah, normally rolling high means they stick around. So all of those attacks will hit for 12, 17, for 30 points of damage. However, their blades simply glide through this ghostly figure. Not doing too much to it. Yerk.
So I'm just gonna run.
Okay.
So I think I'm just gonna dash and run 5, 10.
Cool. Perfect. Yeah, I'll say you are basically leave the combat area.
Yeah.
Sylk.
And then I
see Dolan.
Do I get to take a wisdom save as well to see if I'm still?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it. And yeah, Dolan would as well to see if you're still frightened, because I don't think you did on your turn.
16.
Okay, you succeed. You're no longer frightened.
Yeah.
Okay, Dolan, make your wisdom save now.
No,
Yeah, you're
so
also no longer frightened.
So
however,
we
you
do
are
get-
still old.
Yeah.
the old
Wait,
stays.
so we do get wisdom saving throws?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. My bad.
Okay, then let me just do a really quick one as well.
Natural 20. You are no longer frightened.
But the ghost is. So good.
Anyway, yeah, Sylk, you see hovering near you, attached by this long, rocky tendril that suddenly, that then detaches, it falls away. Dolan is just sort of floating next to you, arms and legs outstretched.
So I look across at Dolan. So I'm hoping I can do this without it being a full action, but I'm going to look at Dolan and go, "Oh, a flying dragon! That's
Dolan
really cool."
is beginning to rise off now. He's been rise up
I
further.
am
now
going
he's pulled
to.
over the
I'm
roof.
going to just attach, if I can. Is there like a one of those metal ledges to stop the snow from falling, like one of those little metal bars that
Yeah,
I could maybe attach, not locking, but attaching some manacles to his ankle and to the roof that he can undo if he stops floating?
You can. I mean, you can. You've got. There's not that much you'd be able to manacle him to up here. That the bars you're sort of describing would be quite difficult. I mean, what you would be able to do is, if you wanted, you could manacle him to yourself, or just manacle him and use that as a means by which to hold on to him, or you could manacle him and then tie a rope through the other end of the manacles.
Sounds like a whole buddy movie.
That's all right. I Dolan, just hang on. I'll actually I will manacle him to my belt, his ankle to my belt.
Okay. In that case, can I get you to make a Constitution saving throw?
Oh yeah, okay.
I mean, how much do you guys weigh? I think it's 500 pounds for levitate.
Oh, okay. Yep. You both begin rising off the ground as you are now manacled. That was your free object interaction. You can still do stuff.
Oh, bloody hell.
Can I, as I see Sylk start to rise, can I say, notch an arrow and hold it? I've got an idea.
All right. So hold it for what? Actually, I was going to do what I was going to do anyway. I can notch an arrow in a second. I will just, if I'm still 20 feet away as I'm moving up, if I can get within 20 feet of this or within range, I want to throw my flask of holy water towards it.
That would actually work. Yes, you are within 20 feet because you're dangling directly underneath Dolan. So yeah, make a improvised ranged weapon hack, which is just a dexterity check. But I believe you add your fighting style. Yeah, well, it hits anyway. Yeah, so you splash your holy water across this creature, which hisses in agony. I believe that's 2d6 as it splashes all over it. And you see the holy water beginning to sear into it, and he's gonna that is gonna continue to have an effect on this creature as it hisses out in agony.
Does it have to make a are we aware of this flying bit being related to the creature?
Make an Arcana check. You'd probably guess that the creature doesn't seem to be in control of this, which probably means that they both have the same cause. Not that they are both, that one is causing the other, if that makes sense.
Okay. Good. Okay.
Rhea is going to continue to run away with you guys. Actually, she's going to run just underneath you two and say, is there anything I can do to help?
Can you get rid of magic? Can you destroy magic effects?
I can hit stuff with my swords. I can shoot it with my crossbow. Not sure what else you want me to do.
Chuck up a rope.
Yeah, sure. She sort of seems still pretty scared of this thing, but she is gonna toss a rope up towards you guys. Can I get you to make a acrobatics check to try and catch this, Sylk? Oh, nice. You do succeed. And Rhea is going to begin just like dragging you through the streets as she pulls you on the end, pulls you onwards like a balloon as you both are dangling underneath. As Sylk, you're dangling underneath Dolan, who's still now being weighed down by you, is now like on held down by his leg while you're sort of held up by your belt.
That's ridiculous. I love it.
Okay. The spirit is going to make an attack on one of the braver of the guards. Ooh, I think it will do that on this guy. He's going to make a charisma save. He's going to fail. There's the ghost. He yells out in a scream as the goat pours down his throat. He smiles as he lurches towards his former companion as he says, "Hello, friend," and he is going to slash at him twice with advantage, missing both times, but he's going to terrify this guy. You would see all this happen, Dolan, probably taking notes. Not Dolan, sorry, Rill. Dolan, you would not see this happening because you are sort of dangling, being pulled along like a balloon with your friend underneath you. Speaking of which, Dolan, it's now your turn.
Dolan's sort of given up at this point. I'm flying. It's either going to wear off or I'm going to fly forever. I'm going to sort of turn to Sylk and sort of reach out a hand and say, thank you for grabbing me, friend, and I'll just drop 2 points of healing into him because that's all I got left.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
Thank you. Anytime.
Lucian, I presume you're still moving away?
Actually, Lucian, now that he's no longer frightened, he looks at his hands, he sees that he's really old, and he just gets really angry at the spirit. He comes out from behind the house ready to attack the spirit, and he doesn't see it. He looks around confused, and just sort of starts cautiously moving over here. And I'm gonna wait here and just hold my action. Ready an action if the spirit appears, because I don't know that the spirit is here. If the spirit appears again, I'm gonna throw a produce flame at it.
Okay. Rill, having collected this strange protoplasmic glowing ethereal positive energy, you can see the ghostly spirit appears to be occupied over here. What would you like to do?
Could I make a quick Arcana history, religion, whichever check? Possession from the undead. Can I get a rough power level from it?
Can you get a what? Sorry.
Well, I say rough power level, but what's the lowest power level that I'm aware of that can possess a creature?
Yeah, make a religion or a nature check. On a 12, I'd say that you've heard basically folklore about malevolent spirits, but it'd be hard for you to gauge exactly how powerful those spirits would be just because sort of the legend's being passed down over time. You would know that it's definitely something that is pretty common to a lot of incorporeal undead, but you wouldn't know exactly which ones and how powerful they were.
All right, and could I take the dash action to
Absolutely.
follow this path here? And avoid the combat?
Yes, absolutely. Not sure why you're going up there, but you're very welcome to.
Because I can just get around the house to rejoin the others, and it'll give me a quick check. I'll just go to there rather. Are they still running away? Are they actually there?
Yeah, they're fleeing.
Yeah, I thought they would. So that'll give me next turn just to have a quick check through his pocket, see if I can find his orders, ID, anything like that. That might be useful, and then bugger off and join the others.
Sure, make an investigation check.
That can wait till to my next turn, unless you're planning on ending the combat.
I think I actually would be, yeah, because now all of you are out of range. This guy on his next turn is just gonna disengage and run away, unless anyone doing anything to interfere, and this guy is gonna chase him. So we will leave combat there. Yeah, on a 24, you managed to find. Oh, sorry, just on a 20. Sorry.
No, 24.
Oh, you're using.
No, it's tireless precision.
Oh, okay, gotcha. There we go. Perfect, gotcha. So yeah, you look through his pockets. You see a number of things. So first off, you see that this guy seems to be wearing splint armor. That would definitely be something that one of your companions might be interested in, if not yourself. And you also see that he is decaying at a strangely rapid rate. You see fungus sprouting and then dying almost instantaneously, the flesh falling away into a puddle all around him as the bones begin to come out from underneath. As you root through the remains of his pockets, you do find a piece of parchment with a description of it. It contains detailed descriptions of Dolan, of Rhea, and of Yerk, though the descriptions of the rest of you appear to be a little more vague, especially of yourself, whose only description appears to be Blue Man, question mark?
Yes, and I am very inconspicuous.
I mean, that's a perfect description of Rill.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
Just-
while Will's doing that, Yerk's kind of like run back around the corner with his like great sword drawn, just like seething at the mouth, just like, where is that ghost?
I'm just checking something real quick. Yeah. So
Just get back. It
you would
disappeared.
see as
The
well,
guards just ran off.
as these guys continue to retreat, you see another body of one of the guards over here, also going over through the same process of rapid decomposition.
My next action, if I had an opportunity, was for one of these guys, because I have a range enough on me, was to ask to be had the rope let out a bit, that I could try to, if one of them looked damaged enough, that would be worthwhile taking a shot at, to try to keep them
no, the
in our
ones
area.
that were running away all seemed pretty. None of them appeared to have taken any serious wounds, but they do now seem to be very old.
Mm-hmm.
Lucian's gonna go up to Rill and ask him, Rill, what's wrong with me? I am old. What happened? Can it be reversed?
Yes, it can be reversed, most likely. And it would be an effect from the undead. Probably. It might also be an effect from this, and I'll hold up the glowing lamp. I think this is why they're flying.
Also, as you're saying,
I'll
start
just go over
to
to.
slowly drift to the ground as the levitation effect.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I was gonna go over to Ray and say, I'll take the balloons. Don't worry. But
Just let me.
They've gone. They.
Yeah. Let us
They've
down
deflated.
slowly. Let us down slowly,
Yeah.
Mono.
Yeah.
As you guys slowly drift to the ground, as the effect ends on you guys, it does not end suddenly. It ends slow. So, like a helium balloon slowly leaking, its air, you just slowly become heavier and heavier until you're able to just gently drift down.
Before I get to the ground, I'll take the sort of manacle off, but hold on to Dolan's leg so that he keeps floating down, but so that he doesn't have to do the splits to land.
Would you like to land on the roof or on the street?
I actually wanted to land on the roof myself, but that's why I wanted to let Dolan go to wherever he wanted to go.
I want to get down on the ground.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I wanted to run up and see from the rooftop whether I can, from the tallest point on the rooftop, whether I can see anyone, the direction that they're going. Is there any way of seeing?
Yeah, they seem to be heading north. The one, except for the one that one of them, which appears to be heading towards the northeast, out of the city. The others seem to be heading over towards the gate through to the upper city.
All right. Do we give?
One of them is fleeing for its life. The other ones are going to be returning back to the Van Campus to say that we're a lot tougher than they thought we were.
Yeah. They've now seen all of us as well.
Yes, they might be able to provide descriptions for those of us that they didn't already have descriptions of. But, yeah, we expected that soon enough anyway.
I feel tired. We should get a rest.
Hey,
Yes.
hey, Lucian, you look like you're 53. Like, you're not that old, man. You're okay. You're still not the oldest of the entire group.
Thank you, I guess.
You'll be okay.
I believe I know where we can get some help with this. I believe I know where we could get some help for those of you who have been aged. We made the ally of the local watcher at the Temple of Helm. They may be able to assist.
Let's get there. I am feeling as tired as Lucian looks.
Sorry, Alex. Can I, while they're talking about that, can I just check this body over and take their splint?
You would be able to.
Just to check, splint is heavy, isn't it?
It is heavy, yeah.
In that case, can anybody else use it? Because I can't.
I would very much appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dolan, you'd see that you would be able to take this, though it's somewhat uncomfortable work as you see the rotting flesh now turning into gritty dust as only the bones remain as you begin to take off the armor. Are you going to put it on yourselves now, or are you going to just take it with you?
No, I'm going to take it to the blacksmith when we get there.
Yeah, you also see...
Yeah, I'm definitely at least going to wash it before I put it on.
Yeah. You see, as well as that, they each have a long sword, a short sword, a heavy crossbow, 20 bolts, and a shield. I don't know if you're taking those as well.
Yeah, I'll take them. I'll put them in the group loot.
Yeah.
I'd already put one of the crossbows and the 2 splint armor in there. But if people are taking the splint armor, just take those off.
Okay, yeah, I've taken the splint armor.
Can I do a medicine check to see if the aging process on me and Yerk has also had, let's say, medical repercussions? But if we have like,
make a medicine
if we have
check
like,
you're not sure. You feel worse. You're not sure because you haven't been that old before. Obviously, you don't know if this is how being old feel. The thing that worries you most is that your heart now does seem to be beating a little bit more weakly.
It doesn't sound good.
we have to get rid of this.
I think we should go see that temple, that holy water that Sylk threw seemed to have some great effect on that ghost thing.
I would expect the holy water to have great effect on fiends as well. But if we can get some powdered silver, I can make some. It's just quite expensive.
If the brothers at the temple are willing to aid us, they they're good men. They'll help us. I don't see why we need to spend money that could be spent on weapons and armaments if we've got good men of the cloth on our side.
We cannot guarantee that they will always be able to help. Certainly not without recompense. Some of the spell components, for example, we may have to provide funding for those.
Yeah.
But hopefully,
we can always.
Yes, we already know that the leader of the Temple of Helm is an ally in our fight, so hopefully they will be able to help us.
Maybe they'll also want to know what the Van Tampers are planning.
Yes. So, the Temple of Helm.
So I'm gonna suggest. I think as we go back to the safe house, I'm going to make sure that we get there and not be seen. So I wanna, when I can, cast Pass Without a Trace on everyone. And when we're ready to go.
Yeah, and that will mean that you will be able to pass through the city, no longer at quite such a risk of being accosted. So who's leading you guys through the rest of the city?
But before we leave, Sylk's just going to cast Minor Illusion just towards the back of Lucian to make it sound like his back is like creaking as he's walking.
We really have to get this fixed. I'm falling apart.
Okay, as you go, whoever's leading you guys, can I get you to make a, imagine it would be Sylk, can I get you to make essentially a roll with advantage, but effectively it'll be disadvantage. So roll a d20 with disadvantage, take the lowest, and but that's good for you. Okay, yeah, so 5, yes, you are, with the aid of your Pass Without Trace, you managed to slip through the city unmolested. The guards don't even notice you go through the gate. as you slip through. I don't know if you wish to declare yourself anyway. It seems to be just Flaming Fist Guard at the minute. You're not sure where the private guards are gone. Maybe they were the ones who you saw off.
No, I think we'll see if we can just get through as quick as possible.
Yeah, with the pass without trace, you're able to slip through the guards without too much difficulty as you head over towards your dormitory.
I thought I headed to the temple, I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
to the
temple first.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, just down the street.
So yes,
And they're pretty much next to each other, aren't they?
Yeah, Yerk's like, no, well, not happy that he's...
You arrive at the Temple of Helm, and you see immediately you see sort of Lucas Monray once again at the door, and he says, "Ah, good to see you again." And Rhea, you look well, as well as in these circumstances. What can I do for you all?
Well, myself and my companion here seem to have been afflicted by a ghostly being's curse. We're hoping you could do something for us.
Oh, yes. I may have just the thing. Hold on a moment, and he goes into the back and he says, this is, I have to say, this will be a difficult and expensive process. The diamonds required for this ritual are expensive, and I'm not sure if I can justify the outlay to the order, even though I'm helping friends. It would be different if it was you, Dolan, or Rail, who have proven yourself to the order, but for you two, as he turns towards Lucian and Yerk, and he says, I'm afraid it would be difficult to justify this expense.
Well, would you not be aiding Dolan by doing this?
It would be aiding our quest very much. You know some of what is at stake. Before you decide, allow us to tell you what has happened, what we have discovered. And I'll sit down with them in a private room with just us in it. And we'll go through, give them a detailed explanation of everything that we've gone through, without referencing the stuff that we didn't tell them about last time. So the Tiamat stuff, I believe it was.
He eyes widen and goes, "Wow, to think the Van Thampers were doing such villainy." Well,
we are on our way to arrest, and then tonight we are going into the Van Kampen Manor.
Very well, I may be able to aid one of you then, but I will have to use this is beyond my powers. I will have to dig into our scroll repository, and I will also have to use crush some of the diamonds that we normally use for those reserved to those who have been killed in service of the order.
Vigilant Lucas, would this be able to help? And I'm going to put my lamp on the table.
He's going to look at that and he says, where did you get that?
If my theory is about what it are correct, it is a well of positive energy, healing energy. The spirit that afflicted them appeared to be a murdered girl, a slit throat, and this was following her around.
I see. Side effect of incorporeal nature of the being. Of course, yes, there must be an equal and opposite. To see it like this, so contained, not dissipated, that's very well. I couldn't possibly use this. This would be used like using waters from the fountain of youth to clean a boil. You must hold on to this, my friend.
It is that powerful?
Oh, yes. In fact, I think that this could be used to bring someone back from the dead, with a manner far exceeding that of my own paltry powers. Hold on to this and use it. I don't know what you fellows did out there, but you've certainly earned it. When it comes to your helping you, I will grant my assistance to one of you, but I'm afraid I would not be able to justify both. So I will need a payment for the other, at least for the materials, if not for the scrolls, for 100 gold pieces.
They need to cast Greater Restoration to remove the age.
Mm-hmm.
God, wouldn't they remove curse? Just
I tend to party and go.
Nope.
So we've got some money, right?
There is 100 gold pieces in there. Yes.
Yeah, we took off quite a bit from Amric.
Yes. Amric's bodyguard was trying to escape with a pouch of gold, but I relieved it of him before he left.
Well, I think this could be an ample use of funds.
Yeah.
Wouldn't rather have better armor, stay old and be better armed.
Well,
Oh,
do we
actually,
know whether they're going to keep getting older and older and older? Is that what we're saying, or is it just they're just a little bit older now?
I'm a lot older now. I'm like near death, I think.
Just quickly, I've just noticed in the equipment list that Alex posted, the short swords. That reminded me, don't you have 3 silvered short swords?
I do. I was going to wait till we get back to the barracks to share them out to the to those that need them.
Yeah, that might be an idea. All
Goodbye,
right,
all.
so 100 gold off party looter.
Is that 100 for both of them?
He nods and then
No.
goes to the wall in this private room here that you wouldn't only Real would be able to see. You see him place his hands on the ring finger of the statue of the symbol of Torm and rotate it, whereupon you see a small hatch opens beside the statue. He reaches in, has a bit of a root around, and pulls out 2 diamonds and 2 scrolls. He takes out a mortar and pestle, places the diamond in them, and lighting an incense candle begins to crush them. Using the mortar and pestle, as with glowing light emerges from the pestle, the mortar, sorry. Wait, is the mortar the thing you crush it in? No, it's the pestle. The pestle.
The pestle is the bowl.
Yeah.
The pestle is the bowl. Okay, in that case, it's the mortar.
I think.
Oh, I thought it was the other way around.
Maybe it is.
I thought it was the mortar
Yeah.
that's the bowl, because the mortar gives its name to the cannon.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
So the pestle begins to glow as if it is imbued with some kind of magical power as he smashes the diamonds to a fine dust. He walks out towards you, Lucian, and Yerk. He places the diamond, he licks his finger, places it in the dust, and then traces a crude symbol of a hand on each of your forehead. He then takes the remainder of the dust, reading out from the scrolls, begins to chant, and then blows the remainder of the dust into your faces. The diamond's dust flies into your face, forming itself, pressing itself into the wrinkles. And as he chants, your faces begin to smoothen. You feel your muscles begin to grow with vitality as your bones strengthen, your heart's now beating loud and confidently in your chest as the effect is reversed.
Ah, much better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Vigilant Lucas.
We must always be on guard for the undead. They can strike at any moment. Tell me, did you see any other strange effects while you were in this location?
Sylk said something about the shadow moving, and Dolan flew, levitated.
Sylk, make a perception check real quick.
Okay.
Okay. You don't notice, but everyone else does, as Sylk's shadow... Sylk is standing up quite straight, but Sylk's shadow appears to be sort of slouching. And then as you all sort of look towards it, it sort of suddenly stands up and perks up to attention.
Like that.
Lucas frowns and he says, I'll have some vigilance of Torm investigate the area. It's possible that more undead may arise when that one had. We cannot be too careful in these times.
Definitely not in times like these.
Well, I bid you fair travels, and I hope there's more I can assist you with in the future, though try not to wrangle with the spirits of these kinds without proper preparation.
Thank you once again. If you need any assistance from the House of Delt in years to come, don't hesitate to ask.
We won't, and should we ever need it, I suppose you're one of the few left we can call upon. Righty-ho. So, yeah, you guys, unless you have any other business here, you guys leave the temple and head back to your dormitory. Where go ahead.
I just want to ask how close we are at the temple to the Van Thamper's residence.
Pretty close, actually. Only a couple of blocks away. You can sort of see it down the street. It's a very large residence with a big courtyard.
Okay.
And a tower sticking out of the top, which means you can see it from a little way away.
Okay, so I'm gonna say, hey guys, just wait. Give me 10 minutes, and I'm gonna call up my owl, Taffy, and send her on a scouting mission.
You can see. So you send your owl out, and you do indeed have a good view of the villa. You can see that there seems to be around 10 or 12 guards walking around the courtyard. They don't seem to be as well armed or armored as the ones you fought earlier. You can, however, see the aged guards seem to be at the front gate of the property. They seem to be having an argument, yelling and pleading, but your owl's keen sight and hearing can make out that the guard does not appear to believe them when they say that they work for the Van Thampers. They seem to, although they're showing their symbols, he's just shaking his head and he's just like, nope, they're far younger. I don't know what you've done with that, but you should hand back that armor. And you can see dejected, they appear to be leaving.
Wow, that's life changing right there. So I was looking for where they're bunched up, the guards. So they're mostly in and around the courtyard. You were saying?
Moving in the courtyard, though, from the lit windows, even though there's curtains, you can see occasional shadows crossing, meaning there is some people moving around on patrol inside.
Okay.
You can see that there are 3 groups of 4 guards walking around the interior of the courtyard on a regular patrol.
Okay, and one thing is the other brother's tower, where there's anyone posted up high on roofs or anything like that.
Yeah. Make me a perception check with the owl, please, with advantage.
Okay. Owl. Taffy. It's Taffy with an I, but who cares? It's fine.
Okay. Sorry.
Sorry, it's taking a while to load.
No problem. And then after you've done that, we'll have a IRL 10-minute break there.
Yeah.
Okay. Perception check. Owl.
That's a 10. There does seem to be a bit of there's a chimney sticking out of one of the rooms, and the owl can tell that there does appear to be a bit of a strange commotion, like an interruption in the smoke, almost as if something's coming out, though the owl cannot make out exactly if there is an invisible creature. But you might, using your knowledge of things you've encountered in the past, you might be able to put 2 and 2 together.
Okay, so I'm going to call her back as soon as she sees that.
Okay, and I'll say that with that, you guys retire to your dormitory where you take a well-earned long rest, and we'll deal with the fallout of that in a minute as we head to our 10-minute IRL break. We'll come back at 10:02.
Okay.
All right, see you guys all shortly.
Cool.
Okay. Take a short break.
All right, I'll be right back then.
Let's see.
Going to do anything?
Yeah. As you drop, as you release your hand from the sword, seeing what will happen, it clatters to the ground, narrowly missing your toe.
Oh. Is it the packet of the blade?
You wouldn't know, Rob.
No, I don't know. I'm asking out of character.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's fine then. In that case, it definitely would just hang to the ground. I don't know.
I'd
Well,
pick up my longsword and resheath it in the sheath.
Cool stuff.
The other
Speaking of
alternative
sword.
is if you get yourself a patch of holding.
What did Dolan want to say?
No, let Roll carry on.
No, that was just the last comment that I would say when I realised that didn't work. An alternative is a pouch of holding.
Speaking of swords, and I reach in and pull out the swords that Michael gave us. Sylk, I know you were keen to have the silvered flail, but it came in very good use. But in case we face any more demons, which I'm sure we will, I'm going to hand him one of the silvered swords that I was given.
I don't wield anything other than my 2 swords. Thank you.
Not a problem. Sylk, I know you prefer a bow, but would you like a sword by your side?
Actually, I'm probably going to have to find something a little bit more dexterous at some point in time.
I mean, this is a short sword that's being proffered to you at the moment.
Okay then.
Yeah, but it's not a finesse weapon.
It's not a finesse weapon.
It is. It is a small weapon. It is a light weapon, so you can dual wield with it. But it's not a finesse weapon, so you don't get your dex.
I need something a little bit more dexterous.
Right, short swords are finesse weapons. That's why rogues use them.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, short swords are finesse. It's long swords that aren't.
Sylk will put his hand out and hold on to the short sword and sort of just start fiddling around with it, seeing whether he whether it feels good in his hand. Yeah. That could work well. That'll be good. Thank you.
I say, are you sure? Yeah, because I mean, I know you're better with a bigger sword, but when we're facing demons who can resist the power of your blows, silver overcomes that as a backup. Not a bad
Well, you've
shout.
seen my green blade. I'm pretty sure that'll cut them down to size.
That is true. You have seemed to harness the arcane. I'll maybe use these to throw at the demonic bastards.
Make a religion check with advantage, Yerk.
Yeah.
I'll go and touch him and... Oh, I won't. I was just going to give him guidance for the first time.
And Dolan as well. So Dolan as well. You would make... not necessarily now, but Dolan, you would also know this. But Dolan and Yerk, you actually start thinking a minute. And Yerk, you remember from a lot of your training with regards to... Dolan would remember from a lot of his training with regards to devils in particular. They tend to be... yes, you would be able to. You know that devils in particular are very resistant, if not immune to fire, across all of them. It is probably wise for you to have an alternative way of damaging them that isn't fire related.
Your sword's very impressive, making it go on flame, but you're talking about creatures that live in fire.
Yes, that is very true. However, I would prefer one of my great weapons silvered and not this tiny toothpick, as I reluctantly take the silvered short sword from...
once we've got enough cash saved up, I'm sure we can go to the armory your Zot recommended and silver one of your weapons. I'd quite like my mole silvered, if I'm honest. But in the meantime, if we encounter one of these, the Van Vampers do consort with demons and devils. So until we've got enough cash to pay for the silver, might be a good alternative.
Yes, that does sound like it.
Okay. What is our plan, gentlemen?
I think first and foremost, a nap.
Oh, I thought we'd gone to. Oh, we haven't slept yet. Okay.
You see. By the way, a nap sounds good if we can all have a nap after this. Did we have a nap before this or after this? I wasn't sure whether we were already asleep.
You're sort of getting ready
Yeah.
to go to sleep.
So, and go. And Sylk will actually just call Rill over for a second, and just with his just above his prosthetic hand, just show to Rill this sort of black and white sort of almost like birthmark tattoo on his arm, and gone. Do you see that just on the inside of my arm? Can you see the like this there's this little like, do you see it changing color?
I'll have a close look. Do I see a changing color?
And you'll see that the something you haven't seen before is that they're actually intermingling with each other, and there's like some runic symbols running up and down it. And he goes, stand back for a second, check this out. And then he'll just all of a sudden double in size. In the room.
You see Sylk suddenly like head clashing against the ceiling as you all turn in amazement as there's a whoosh of air as Sylk is suddenly about 10 or 12 foot tall.
Ha! Oh, ha!
Oh, well.
That's going to be fun.
No, not the little one anymore.
I got some tricks up my sleeves, like literally up my sleeves now. This is really cool. And then I'll turn around to Yerk and Lucian, who are both quite young looking again, and go, just so you know, and now that I'm bigger than you, your combined ages were pretty much how old I am. So none of this sort of walking around making a mockery of old people next time, all right? And then he'll drop
Don't
back.
know about you. I was near death at that age.
Drop down to being short again, small again.
I say you would make a much more interesting balloon at that size. I think we should try it again.
Very cool. Sorry, just for you guys.
Oh yes,
Out of
most
game.
entertaining.
I made it.
Yeah.
For out of game, that's using Giant's Might. As he pops up.
Yeah, I was going to say, just out of game, I think like the maximum like extreme old age for a half orc is about 75. So being like 57 is quite old.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
I'm about 60. My character's about 60, and he's kind of approaching middle age.
Sylk turned 100 years old 2 days before he met you guys.
So as they're doing this, Mono just says, "Well, I think I'll slink off to bed, and I will turn into a crocodile." and just go up the well, if we're sleeping down here, I'll just slink over to my corner and curl in a ball, go to sleep.
Really cool.
Nice.
I'll kind of watch him out of the corner of my eye for a bit and think, you could make some decent ramen out of him.
The eye flicks open, then goes.
Okay. So you guys are heading off to rest now, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's keeping watch?
Ooh, okay.
Yerk will keep first watch.
Okay.
Feeling rejuvenated.
Can I get you to make a perception check, please?
Yep. Oh, slow that.
A 15. It's dark now and the rain is beginning to fall as you go to sleep. As you stand watch, you can actually see a large cloaked figure just walk next to your door, lean down, and then walk away.
Can I like slowly move towards the door and just see if he's dropped anything by there?
There seems to be a letter with a wax seal with a symbol you do not recognize. On the letter is written the words "Rill."
Must be something for that clever clogs. I'll leave it for him on watch.
The thing that surprised you most is the size of the figure, the silhouette that just passes and has now disappeared off into the rainy night.
So I'll make a mental note to pass it on to the next person, who I'm just going to assume by now is going to be Rill, because he's going to be a little bit excited that he's got a post, and I'll give him a description of the person that left it.
You said something stood out about the height of the person?
Yeah, they seemed about like 8 or 9 foot tall, slightly hunched with broad features, so you weren't able to see their face.
Huh, intriguing.
Well, I'll leave you to it then, as I hand him his letter.
Okay, sleep well. And I'm going to ritual cast detect magic on the letter first.
Okay, sure. There does not appear to be any magic on the letter. Seems to be completely mundane. The ink maybe is a little bit fancy, but beyond that, the paper very high quality. You're able to see that the handwriting as well on the rill is impeccable, with the kerning and the spacing between the letters perfect.
Oh dear. Okay, I'll crack it open and have a look.
Okay, the letter reads as follows. Rill. Not all knowledge can serve the cause of good. Be careful. Undeath consumes all those who pursue it too far. Then it is just signed, your mutual friends.
I knew they were not telling me everything. Sneaky bastards.
Sounds like you are being observed. I'll give you a copy-paste of the letter, by the way, so you can put it down.
Yeah, I'll put it into Rill's journal.
There we go. But yeah, otherwise your watch passed uneventfully, Yerk.
Rill.
And Rill. Yerk is the one on watch. Who is taking up the next watch after Yerk?
I'll take up the next watch. Lucian would.
Okay. Make me a perception check, Lucian. 15. Your watch seems pretty quiet. No messengers in the night as the rain dies down, and it's still very early as you wake up. As you each take a 4-hour watch. You're still able to get the benefits of long rest.
Okay. At one point during his watch, Lucian would pull out a small sending stone and whisper a message to his mentor. I'll send you the message
Sure.
in a.
Oh. Okay. This early in the morning, you're not going to get a message back for a little bit. You are alone with your thoughts as you continue to wait out. As the rest of you, you might need to go and wake them up because they're probably not used to waking up at about. This is now currently about 4 or 5 a.m.
I'd say Dolan pretty much every morning is up at 5 o'clock doing press ups and
Sylk would have also been awake, having only needed 4 hours of just sort of chilling on his own.
Yerk is definitely not accustomed to this. He's a little bit grouchy when aroused from his slumber.
I think you could take away the when aroused from this slumber and just say Yerk's quite grouchy.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to get rid of the slumber part.
Right. Yeah. So you guys will wake up Rhea as well, who is seemingly still a little tiny bit wary of you guys, but after spending some time with you, after you've had her back, she does seem to begin to look like she's trusting you. So she sort of looks at you and says, "So, going to the Van Thumpers, what's the plan?"
Just quickly, over breakfast, while we're sitting talking, Rilla's occasionally joining in the conversation, but not very often. He's mostly muttering something under his breath and seems to be doodling on the front of his new spellbook.
Interesting. What do you say? Rhea was asking you what the plan is, and what indeed is the plan? You have a number of ways you could approach this situation.
I don't know that Anne's going to come in. They're going to be on guard 24/7 in back entrance.
How about lighting a little fire? Because I believe they have a stable or something of the sort. That will distract them.
Yeah, I'll put you on the actual map of the villa that you had drawn for you by Amric once you had him in custody, once you're able to intimidate him.
Lucian.
I would also, because there's also... oh, I actually can't hear you just at the moment, Sean. Say something just now? Nope, can't hear you. You're going to have to... Whatever you did over the break, oh, hang on. I just had the green flash. Try again. I think there might be a problem with the protection. There we go. Can hear you now.
There we go.
Okay. I was just saying that I want to go over to Sylk when she said that and say, "Hey, Sylk, I have something for you." And I pull out the gloves that I took from Amric, and I say, "Look, if you're trying to look like him, it's good to have something which is real, just in case they think you are, heaven forfend, an illusion." I'll just give them the gloves.
Good point. Thanks.
It's the little touches.
Thank you. Sorry, and I'll try to put on the voice of Amric that I remember from the day before and say, "Thank you, mummikins."
Oh! I do a little fake mummikins laugh.
So, also, just while you guys are looking at this map, you would actually notice something a little odd that I will draw attention to you. These stairs appear to be leading downwards.
Yeah, I think I asked Amric about them, and he didn't know.
Yeah, he knows that there are stairs there, but he doesn't know much. Can I get anyone who wants to make a history check real quick?
Yeah, sorry, I missed which stairs they were. Sorry.
These ones over here.
Okay, got you.
Oh!
Get them out of the way.
Sylk remembers the history of this city very well.
Sylk.
He's old.
Yes, Sylk. That's very appropriate.
He's been here for a long time.
You actually remember that shortly after the Duke of Thalamra moved into her new villa upon being appointed Duke, You know, there was a lot of disruption to the sewer networks around the villa, and a lot of people complaining that there was stuff being backed up. Noble patriarchs being able to flush their waste do tend to kick up quite a bit of a fuss. You also know that the Van Tampers are famous for being the primary sewage construction engineers of the city. You think it is exceedingly likely that Thalamra may have utilized some of the sewers beneath her home for her own ends. Potentially, that might even be a way in.
So, Yerk, not knowing this yet, has just suggested we should just set the barn on fire, let the guards deal with that, and then break in from the back. That should give us some time at least.
We could find a sewer grate nearby, and I mean, you could all take the sewer nearby to get in, and I could maybe go and create enough of a distraction to give you enough space. Maybe Amrit can come and say hello to Mummikins, and maybe find his way to make sure it's open for you.
Okay, so we're gonna role play this one. Sylk, you are at the door, and the butler, he comes to the door and he says, "Hey, Mr. Amric, sir, I thought you had been kidnapped."
What? What do you mean? Kidnapped?
Yes, we have had many guards. They have come back saying that you were taken by some ruffians.
No, not at all.
Some huge guy covered in stones who's really heroic took you.
They tried to, but I actually got away in the market. Everyone else jumped ship and went in the water, but no one else saw me.
Sylk, roll a deception check as you practice your lie.
Well, it's not completely a lie. No one would have seen him walking away to get captured.
Yeah, but it's not you, is it?
Oh, yeah, no. But I can roll the deception check as part of my lie. I would have, anyway, I didn't say it in advance. I would have tried to put guidance on myself at any point in time before going into this building, but...
Yeah, sure. No, that's fine. You can add a d4 to that.
All right.
No, I don't believe you.
Oh, come on, with a 15, you don't believe me?
With a 15?
Oh, very good. Come in.
Is Mummikins home? Is mother home? Is mother home, sorry. I would not say that to you.
Yeah, your mother is powdering her nose.
Okay. Well, it's been a long night and I just want to go to bed.
Very good, master. Yeah, I think you are almost there. You're almost ready. What do you think, guys?
I think that if they see through his lie, he's alone.
He should
surrounded
ask
by
the heads
enemies.
of the guards who were meant to be protecting him at the tavern.
I mean, I will look completely like him.
Yeah, yes. No, I thought you were very good. The only problem is, yes, you will be completely alone. I could ride on your lapel, but we know how that ends.
I quite like Sylk's idea, combined with Cam's idea. Maybe we use a fire as a combined with Yerk's idea. Maybe we use a fire as a distraction, and then go in through the sewers while they try to put it out.
Yes, the only problem with that is then they'd start suspecting that something is coming because someone set fire to their barn.
Barns set fires all the time.
Oh, okay.
Naked torchlight and hay, not a good mix.
Naked hay? What?
Naked torchlight and hay.
The
stable boy will get a good thrashing, but that's about it.
Oh, you've had a checkered past.
They're expecting an attack. There's nowhere they'll fall for that sort of diversion. We're better to be honest with our diversion.
But then it's not a diversion.
I can make us all very stealthy, so we can all come in through the sewers very, very carefully, very easily, and Sylk could come through the front door, and we make sure we're there for him when shit goes down.
I mean, if we go through the sewers and they've got sort of, from my memory, there's the Banthumpers have built this entire sewer system, and they have basically had every option to build everything in, but the idea that it would just be open from the inside to a sewer doesn't make any sense. It would smell the entire time. So they must close it and have a way to open it. Surely opening it from both sides needs to be possible. I'm just worried that we'll get stuck underneath in the sewer. So if we know...
There's...
Sorry, go.
No, you carry on.
I mean, if we know that there are stairs leading down on this map, that must be the stairs leading down into the sewer.
There is another way, which is we just turn up with Amric, all of us. And we say, we have your son, and he will tell the mother why he has decided to throw in with us. And at that point, we're all in, and then we can do what we like.
Surrounded.
I like that plan, but my suggestion is maybe we take Sylk disguised as Amric, and Rhea and I go up to the front gate, and we pretend that we're not against their cause. We're just ruffians, mercenaries demanding a ransom. Give us money or we'll kill your son. And whilst we're doing that, the rest of you can sneak in the back.
I'm afraid, Dolan, I do not think that will work. They have pretty good descriptions of you.
Yes, but they don't know our motives. They don't know that we're opposed to their plans. They don't even know that we know their plans with the devils and the demons. They just know he was attacked by ruffians. There's nothing to say that we're mercenaries.
That is true, because Amric was a moneylender. Moneylenders get into a lot of trouble. If we say that we want a certain amount of money to pay off his debts, that could work.
Can I ask?
I don't think all of us go at the front. I think, I'll go and either Rhea or Yerk, but as they've got good descriptions of me and Rhea, from what you found on the guard, I think.
And Yerk.
Well, the three of us can go there, and the rest of you can sneak in. Yerk and I are not, and I rattle my armor a little bit. We're not exactly stealthy.
Yerk's actually taken off his Delt chainmail and is putting on this splint from the House of Anthamp. He says, "I don't want the Delt name to be associated with invading another lord's land. Well, not yet, anyway."
I've also swapped my armor out.
Can I ask?
Got dressed.
Can I ask a quick question to the rest of you?
Of course.
Instead of starting from the way in, how about we work this way backwards? What are we wanting to get when we're in there? What are we
need to
wanting
get
do?
the Van Thampers. We need both of the Van Thampers out of the way.
We want to kill them.
Evidence.
We want to kill them, or we want to take them.
Don't forget.
Because to take them, we need
From
to
a
get
judicial
close.
point of view, taking them would be superior. But under the circumstances, I'm not entirely certain that would be a risk we want to take.
We've got to trust the justice system to convict one of the highest lords of the land. Don't think we can. We're more likely.
Oh, don't worry. I will see to it that they shall be tried and found guilty. But first, we must get the information from them on where and to how to get to Elturel.
So
it is not the laws of the land taking their justice that I am concerned about. It is whatever pacts they have made with the devils or demons or whatever.
Yeah, but I agree with you. We need information, and we're not going to get information unless we get them to talk to us.
Yes.
We're not going to get them to talk to us unless we do this without our usual shoot first, ask questions later. Would be my suggestion. We have to try something, and if not, then we start shooting.
Okay,
got-
I like it. So maybe Sylk has to infiltrate somehow and get their confidence.
You've got to remember that they have a hostage down there.
But do they?
Um,
He might not be a hostage.
either
Why
way,
else would he
we
be
can
there?
kill them. I'm just looking up the
Krieg, isn't it?
Krieg.
Yeah, Rhea seems offended at the notion that he's not might not be a hostage.
Well, we need to find out as much as possible.
I mean, Krieg will know what's going on down there. He'll understand. And I mean, I don't think he is anything but a hostage. But if he isn't, we can employ our usual methods of persuasion. I believe he is, and he will understand why he's been taken.
There is a possibility that he is not who we think he is. That he, like Sylk, can become someone else in disguise completely, and then we're in over our heads. But it's just a thought.
Either way, we don't need the Van Thampers for information. We will get it one way or another from either Krieg or if it's someone impersonating Krieg. They're too powerful and too dangerous to not take the killing blow if you have the opportunity.
I must agree.
Yes,
I
as
mean,
do I.
if we can capture them, great, but don't make that the primary strategy. The primary strategy is that no one is a threat to any of us.
Yes. If we can take the Van Thampers out, then there's every real possibility that Baldur's Gate remains standing.
Exactly.
Okay. So we need to find our way to Baldur's Gates, to enter Elturel, and that's our primary goal here. How to get there.
Yes.
And with that information, so, I mean, we either all go through the sewer, or we try some through the front door, some through the sewer.
Let us split the party. It is always such a good idea. I think we should.
Are we a party
You also
now?
hear
That's
Rhea
really
say-
cool.
This will take a while, no? I need to know if I need to get my morning prayers out of the way.
Yes.
She nods, and you see her sort of fall to her knees and start muttering something as she sort of closes her eyes and touches the symbol of Elturel on her shield and on her chest plate.
I'll make some incense waft across her nose. I'm just practicing with a bit of druid craft.
After she finishes, she sort of thanks you, sort of slightly rolling her eyes, but sort of half serious. She turns to you, Yerk, and she says, I suppose, you said you never were made a knight, were you?
No, and well, not quite. It was the day of the final exam, as you know.
Well, I am a knight of Elturel. Maybe if this goes well, I'll see it fit to you be knighted. Then you can say the Creed Resolute with me next time.
That would be grand. I'd appreciate that. They might hear me there, then at the Grand Hall.
Yes, shame we don't have a book. But I suppose that's lost forever now.
Book? Which book?
Don't worry, we shall recover it.
The Tome of the Creed Resolute contains names of all of those who pledged themselves to the city. Citizens of Elturel and
yes.
those who have proven themselves in service.
Yes, I have seen one of the copies of your older books. They are stored for safekeeping in Candlekeep, but not the current one. That would be an Elturel, would it not?
Aye. In the High Hall. Lord knows which way there now. Hope it's safe. Though that seems a forlorn hope now. But anyway, we've got work to do.
So,
We shall find it, Hellrider. We shall find it.
so me and Yerk and Rill, do we go through the sewer?
I think you're best with Rhea and I, because there's no way they've not guarded their sewer entrance. If you guys are going to sneak through it, it's best that you don't have someone as, and again, rattle my armor, as clanky as Yerk and I.
I can make you much more sturdy than you are.
It might be advantageous if we all go through the sewer. They won't be expecting us to come from inside.
Okay.
If we all come through the sewers, then
As much as I'm against going into that cesspit,
if
we shall use the enemy's strength to our advantage.
If we all come through the sewers and they realize we've all come out the sewers, then it's clear that we're making an insertion into this place. So I still will need to be Amric, I guess, in the sewers, that you have him guiding you to this secret entrance, I guess, somehow. But it basically gives up our entire option for that sort of...
and in that instance, I think you're right. I think if you want to go in the sewers with them, I think Ray or I and you, as Amric, we go up and we make a show of we're ransoming you, we're selling you, we're sell swords, we're pirates, we're cutthroats, we're money lenders, whatever you think will work best, and we've taken you hostage for ransom.
And they'll just sick the guards on you.
Yes, I think maybe what's best is Amric goes and he's with you and he says, Mummykins, I am in trouble. I do owe these people some money. And if you give it to them, then I'm free. It is just a business deal. I don't hold any grudges or anything. If you make it somewhat more amicable than a kidnapping, then...
Yes.
Yes. A debt, a gambling debt, maybe.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, there's a dozen guards up top? That's not a problem.
Okay. I think that will work better. And meanwhile, the rest of us come in from the bottom.
Absolutely.
Yes.
What was
This sounds like a plan.
What was Amaric's scarred brother's name again?
Yeah.
The scarred brother's name was Mortlock, and the one you have yet to meet is Thirstwell.
Because I did spend a lot of time studying Mortlock as well. Whether that would help us more than Amric.
I think
Mortlock was pretty on the outs with the family. I don't think they liked or respected him in any way.
Then, good. Then Amric, I will stick to.
Okay.
I mean, we go there. We say that I'm basically try to be.
You. How about you bet on the fighting pits, and
yes.
you haven't got the money to pay, and we're bookies. We're or enforcers of bookies. Rainer and I are their enforcers, and you don't pay, there'll be blood spill.
Yes, and also what you can say is that they are in the employ of another lord. Another lord, so you wouldn't want to get into an that
thing. Yeah.
Trouble.
That's a good shout. Kirk,
yes.
What lord would cause the Van Thames to pause?
That's a difficult one around here, considering they are the ones causing most of the problems.
What about further afield? Maybe it doesn't have to be local. It could be.
Well, all the other lords I know are in Elturel. We should try maybe Duke Valentir or Portier. They were well respected at the High Hall.
Portier. Yeah, well, I can pronounce that one. We'll go with that one.
But would such a lord have bouncers or?
Oh yes, all the lords around here have private guards.
But also private business, shady business, huh?
Yes, I believe so. This city is falling into disrepute.
Okay, so I go over to Sylk, grab him by the shoulder and say, hey, you've got this, just breathe, and all will be well. And that's it. I'm not going to cast anything. I'm just giving him a pep talk.
I feel inspired though. That's amazing.
Yeah,
Woohoo!
yeah.
Yeah. I think, yeah.
We're good?
Right, so all set.
Yes, we need to find a manhole.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. So I'm also going to ask how long you guys want to go on for. Because we started off the session a little late with the discussion of the rules, I'm happy to go for another 40 minutes if you guys wanted to. Otherwise, we can call it here. If this is a natural stopping point and you guys need to head to bed, it's up to you guys.
Now let's get going. I'll forget everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Everyone cool with that?
It's like
Okay.
that's how method acting works. You just gotta go.
Okay, which means since we're going past 11, no shame if anyone falls asleep. No one is allowed to.
Is it?
And we swear we won't set up a Tiamat death scene for the next time we log in.
Right. So, some of you are heading down to the sewers, and others of you are heading to the front gate. Is that right?
I have a quick question about the sewers team.
Yep.
How big is the Temple of Helm? Because if that's big enough, that probably has its own entrance to the sewers. We could get in that way.
A divine shitter.
Yes. We could go in with the holy logs.
Yeah, you know there are a number of ways into the sewerage system. Sylk, in particular, your knowledge of the city would extend to this. So, you know that the most obvious way into the sewers is through the sewer keep. This is a large set of buildings down to the south. It's quite a way away and it'll be a very long trek through the sewers. There are other smaller outlet pipes all through the city, in the dock area where all the refuse of the city flows. Finally, throughout the city there are the odd covered access holes where workers need to go down in order to clear out debris. There are several of these scattered throughout the upper city. There's one just outside of... The nearest one to you guys would be the one outside of Ramesses Tower, which is just over here near the High Hall.
Okay.
And where is the Van
Should we
Thumpers?
head then?
Van Tampa Villa is
That one.
here. Oh.
Okay.
Okay, so Sylk, how long will it take us to get along the sewer to the Van Thumpers?
From what I can remember, it will take a few minutes to get there.
Yeah, it's not far.
It's not that
Okay,
far.
show us the access point and we shall set off for theirs. Give us a few minutes to try and find an entrance, though.
Yes, I think we should be in place before you try and arrive, so we can wait it out. I mean, I'm not looking forward to that, but I think we.
How about we give you half an hour?
Sounds adequate.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we could all go together to the sewer point, remaining stealthy with this pass without a trace thing you mentioned. We can all get there at least so that we all don't get seen and we're all together, just in case we come across the same group from the other day. And then once you're there, we can sort of slowly make our way towards the Van Thumpers, so it should be similar distance to get there. We can sort of wait 5 minutes or so and then start to make our way.
Maybe give us 10, just maybe if there is a door or something to get through, just to... but yes, I think that is...
Do we have any way of
good idea.
communicating with each other?
Well, the only thing I could think of was to, if I have my familiar come and fly over the house as a signal, but that does waste one of my shapes.
I'll keep your shapes. We'll make plenty of ruckus when it all goes wrong.
Yes.
If I may, if I can take a few gold out of our party funds to pick up a few bits and pieces along the way, I can provide a familiar of my own.
The middle of the night, I don't think there are any shops open.
Yes, it is 5 o'clock.
That's a good point.
What do you need?
Honestly, I'm not too sure.
Quite a bit of incense, I think.
Yeah, it says 10 gold pieces worth of charcoal, incense, and herbs.
I mean, let's just do this by time.
Yes, I
Yeah.
agree.
I mean, the one thing that you would be aware of is you would be aware that Yerk, you know that there is a mage staying in Ramesses Tower, the one you had a conversation with the other day. He'd definitely have that sort of thing. I don't even be too happy to be woken up, but you might be able to grab something off him if he were in the vicinity.
So, Will, wait, are we walking past Mage's Tower? Is that somewhere?
How long is the ritual, though, to cast Familiar?
10 minutes.
Oh, it's only 10, is it? Okay.
Oh shit! No, it's not. It's an hour. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's an
Okay,
hour.
that's not a good idea then.
Let us wing it without the wings. All right, so we head up to the area, the sewer,
Let's do it.
and I'll cast Pass Without Trace on all of us, but everybody has to stay around me.
All right. So let's do that. So I direct them to where the sewer grate is.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you find a large 5-foot diameter manhole imprinted with the symbol of the city of Baldur's Gate. As you see the decrepit-looking Ramesses Tower looming over you all as you creep through the city streets. With Pass Without Trace, you will not be accosted by anyone.
All right. Well, we give this a shot.
Yes.
Go for it.
Good luck.
Sylk, let's go cause a diversion.
Well,
And
yeah.
I'll wink at Rhea. Just give her a little wink.
Rhea, make a persuasion check.
It's not like I'm coming onto her. It's just a kind of good luck.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's not for that. It's not to see how successful you are coming onto her. I'll put it that way.
Sorry, what was it? Persuasion.
Yeah.
14.
Okay. She sort of sighs and she says, "You know, I'm pretty close to slapping your face. You know that, right?"
Oh, many have tried, and everyone gets bruised hands.
He shakes her head. Right, so who is setting down into the sewers and who is going to go and try and talk the way in through the front door?
I know we've kind of split up on the lines of Team Clank and Team Sneak. Would you like me to go with Team Clank because I also get disadvantage on sneaking?
So we got Pass Without Trace casting Luke.
Yes. I would rather have you with us. I think the more people with them,
The more suspicious they will be.
yes.
Also, we may need to find / unlock a hidden door, and you are probably
yes.
the best suited for such a thing.
I always like those.
All right. So who's going to the front door? Myself.
It's
Sylk?
yes, and Yerk Yerk, Dolan, and Rhea.
Yeah,
I think.
I was going down the sewer.
Okay,
I
so
thought
Dolan, Rhea, and Sylk,
Yeah.
front door.
Dolan.
Uh,
Okay.
Wait, didn't they have a really detailed description of Rhea as well?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's fine that they do. It's fine that they have the description. Yeah.
But they're supposed to think we're the person who me and Ray have kidnapped or taken Sylk hostage.
I think
to get some money.
Yeah, I think it makes sense that Amaric comes up with them so that they don't get attacked as they come up. Anyway, it's just Amaric saying, "Yeah, they're with me," or "I'm with them." Either way, that would work. I think that would work.
Yeah, and you've come to an agreement rather than it being hostile at this point.
If I'm your hostage, they'll shoot you. If you're with me and I'm saying I've managed to get some bodyguards because I need to pay them some money.
No, it's not that. It's that they're the people you need to pay.
That's what I mean. So I've managed to get some accompaniment as I go to get my stash in my room for the stuff that I need. But
I think the ruse we decided on is we're bookies that you owe, or at least enforcers.
Okay.
Bookies you owe money to.
exactly. So I just,
Yeah.
I mean, but that's still likely to have you guys, probably shot because you're enforcers.
We'll be behind you
Yep.
and guarded, but we won't be restrained and
Exactly.
yeah.
Good. Okay. So Dolan and Raya come in with Sylk.
Okay, perfect. Where is Hanlon in all this, may I ask?
He's, I don't know. I've lost him.
I'll assume Hanlon's been back in the dormitory.
Hanlon is sort of chasing rats around the dormitory for the last couple of.
Oh
last
no,
day.
not Basil. He's going to kill Basil.
I still don't have control on him.
By now, he's probably onto Basil the Fourth.
I'll give him a shot. And actually, as well, what I'll do is, well, if you want Hanlon to go down with the sewer crew, he can do that, and what that might make things a bit easier as well in terms of lighting and stuff.
No, Hanlon wouldn't go in the sewer last time, so I don't know whether he'd want to do it again.
He doesn't have dark vision either. For some stupid reason. It's the only thing I take umbrage with 5e is that cats don't have dark vision.
Yeah, that's dumb. I'm giving him dark vision.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Go for it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Hanlon will come down into the sewers then.
Yep.
And Rhea will join you guys. Right, so I believe it's the infiltration from above crowd that are acting first, so we'll just sort that out now.
Well, they're walking, but we're the ones going to get there first.
Okay, well, I'll just set it up then.
So we're gonna have the sewer group should get there first, and be making their way inside, hopefully relatively similar times.
Yeah, you're going to be waiting for us to make a racket.
And what I'm going to do as well, I'm going to give everyone, I'm going to try and make it so everyone can see through Rhea's eyes, basically. So you're not, when I'm on the other map layer, you're not seeing nothing.
All right.
So can everyone can see the bottom portion of the map, yeah?
Yeah, see a few squares at the bottom, yeah.
Yep.
Is Yerk with us as well?
No, I shouldn't be with you.
No,
Oh, yeah, I thought you...
No,
I
just
thought you were
Dolan
with
and
us. Okay.
Dolan and Rhea.
Yeah, it's just 3 of them.
Okay, no worries.
And I look like I can make myself look like Amric before I.
Yes. In fact, I'll get the Amric token.
Which you'll actually see the shadows on my chest actually start to envelop me as I then turn into him.
Yeah, here's a token for you, Sylk. I'll to be Amric.
With the gloves, Amric's gloves are on. Oh, excellent. Hello, Amric.
And then I'll give you back your token if you decide to end your little disguise.
Sounds good. I will.
Right. Meanwhile, sewer crew, you are making your way through the sewers as you lift up the great hatch and decide to head down into the foul-smelling darkness. Who is leading you guys?
Someone with dark vision, which is not me.
I've got dark vision, so I guess I'll lead.
Okay.
I guess we would light torches. I don't assume we would just walk through the dark.
Yeah. So yeah, if you're lighting torches, it's easy enough for you to see your way through. Though you are underground, so it might be a little bit hard for you to navigate. Can I just get whoever is leading you to make a DC 10 intelligence, just a flat intelligence check, unless you have proficiency with navigator's tools, to try and make your way through the darkness in a manner that will allow you to not become disorientated.
Yeah, okay.
With advantage if your companions are helping you.
Yeah,
I'm glad I said that.
yeah.
Okay, you don't just get lost in the sewers for the whole rest of the rest of the session. Fantastic. Yes, on 11, it's a little bit tough. You take a few wrong turns. You sort of turn yourself around a few times, but you do, in fact, manage to come to. Let me just bring you out over here. So you find yourself over in the wandering through the sewers. Eventually, you find yourself in the area you intended to, namely just where you imagine, underneath the Van Tamper Villa. However, there is a problem. So these are narrow, maybe 10 or 15 foot wide passages. There are walkways on either side, and then a narrow stream and trickle of refuse passing between you. So this is going to be Sylk, not Sylk, sorry, Yerk, Mono, Rill, and Hanlon.
Lucian.
And Lucian.
You want us to roll something? No.
No. I'm just giving you guys vision.
Okay.
Are
If
we
I
on the same map, or is it like the same map, only on a different part of it? Because I'm. Okay.
if I see a
Let's see what
rat,
happens.
I'll have a little chat with one to ask the way.
Let's see what happens.
Sure, make an animal handling check to see if you can first off find any rats.
All right. It's very slow for me at the moment.
Yeah, it's the just the explorer mode kicking in.
There you go.
Okay, perfect. Why are you guys semi-transparent on my screen? I'm going to reload 1 second.
Really interesting.
Yeah, on a 15,
separating the party.
an 18, you do actually see some rats that it'll help guide you to your location. They say, "Oh, this way. Don't let the cat eat us. Watch out, though. There's big bars in the way."
Oh, big bars.
Yeah, you have to. We it's small, but not. It's hard for big people to go through. Maybe they are a little rusty. One of them's a bit rusty though. Maybe that'll help.
Okay, we'll try and break it.
Noise, though. Rill, do you have anything which could melt these?
Hey.
I'm afraid not.
I can try. Not sure how long it will take, but I can definitely try.
We haven't reached them yet, have we?
Well,
actually,
I'll say
I've
yeah.
just-
You do reach them as you just approach now.
Okay, so now I say, Alphonse, David, run at the rats.
I've just remembered something that I wanted to do back before we left the house.
Yeah.
If you don't mind. It's just retroactive to take something out of party loot and give it to people who might be able to use it.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. In that case, Yerk and Dolan, both of you have a potion of fire breath.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, you do come across. You see these hallways actually illuminated by strange lanterns. You can also smell not foul stenches, but the strange smell of incense wafting down the corridor. And you said you would have got there first, so yeah, it took you about 5 minutes to get there. Although now that you got turned around a bit, you would actually see that the others are arriving at roughly the same time. But you wouldn't know this, of course. But you would imagine that roughly just how things work out.
So are we going to break these bars or try and melt through them? And if we are going to break them, do you want to break them at the sign the others give us?
Can I just ask how close are the bars to the entrance to the house?
You're not sure. With the 11 navigation check, you guys would vaguely know that you're in the vicinity, but you wouldn't be able to tell exact differences. You seem reasonably close.
Okay. let's try not to make too much noise. There is always the trick with a piece of material where you tighten it as much as possible, and that.
So pollution is just gonna try to start producing flame and try to just heat up the bars to the point where they melt. See if it's enough heat.
Make an attack roll with your flame. Okay, 23. You do manage to heat up these bars significantly, but not to the point at which they melt. They're quite of solid construction. This might weaken them, but it's certainly not going to destroy them. And you can see that they're going to, as you heat them up, they glow red for quite a few seconds before slowly cooling back down in the water.
I can weaken them with fire, but I cannot melt them completely. We will need some application of force, let's say.
Find one that is. Which one are you going to melt then?
Well, the rat said there was a rusty one, didn't he?
Yeah, anyone who wants to can make an investigation check to see if they can spot the most weak-looking bar. Oh yeah, real, you can spot it immediately. It's the second one from the left, this one just here.
This one then. I'm going to wedge the handle of my mace through, so the head of it's on this side, and see if we can brace it, and then say someone, someone who is, someone who is strong, be ready to pull.
Not me.
Yeah, not me either.
I'll get ready. Someone get ready to catch the bar should it fly.
Okay.
Okay. So the bar is weakened. So this will be 2 checks. The first check will be how successful you are in opening it. The second will be how successful you are in doing this quietly.
Okay, I'm gonna cast guidance on that.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I forgot that I've got to do it. Oh no, you can do it, can't you? That's right. There you go.
Okay. Right. So is Yerk, are you the one using the makeshift crowbar?
I am the one using the makeshift crowbar. Yeah.
Okay. Make an athletics check for me, please, to try and pry the bar open. Okay, and you get to add 5 to that, and you also get to add a d4.
Oh wow. Okay. It's gonna. So that was.
Okay. With a 22, this bar is somewhat weaker than the others. It's still put in place strongly, but with the aid of the leverage provided by this mace acting as a crowbar, you are able to wrench it out of its socket, and there does seem to you're watching it. I'm going to need either you or someone around you to make a dexterity saving throw to try and catch it as it pops out of its hinges and threatens to be launched across, making a loud clattering sound.
So we're leveled up.
So everyone who wants to make a dexterity saving
level
and I'll give myself guidance as well.
So this level 4.
On a 19 mono, you do manage to, as the other sort of fumble,
level 4
fail to catch it. You do snatch it out of the air with a 21 before it can clang into the wall.
Level 1 cleric, level 3 fighter. That means so you get to do
your
the
way through
rune knight,
is now
which is really cool. So giant smite,
and now
and then I've taken 2 runes, which is the cloud rune and the other one. Let's see how we go.
So you are at the main entrance to the Van Thamper villa.
So as I'm as I'm walking up, I'll just make sure I touch myself on the shoulder and give myself some guidance as I'm walking up as well.
Yeah, sure.
Just so it's on.
Rhea and Dolan are with you. I presume you're just knocking on the door.
I'll actually see if it's open and go to walk straight in, as it's my house.
Sure. Okay. In that case, yeah, the gates here, these are definitely unlocked, and you can just swing them open. As you walk through, you see there is a cluster of guards just over here.
I've just lost all light on the map.
Yeah, for some reason, exploration mode just put us all into darkness.
That's strange. That shouldn't happen. Is that how's that now?
Nope, still nothing.
Still the same.
I can see Rhea, but I can see Rhea, but I can't see any light around her.
Mm.
That is interesting. Hang on, give me one moment.
No stress.
Because you've not got vision for some reason.
Yeah.
Probably because we had vision on a different map, maybe.
60.
You should be able to see now.
Nope.
Nope.
That is unfortunate. In that case, what I'll do, because you know the layout of this place anyway, I'll just turn dynamic lighting off.
Okay. Oh,
There we go.
bright light. Yeah, so walk in and just turn to Dolan and to Rhea and say, come with me. I can't believe this.
They're going to advance it. Just make a deception check, just to see if they're going to consider this to be unusual.
Okay, I will do that. I do. No, so I do have advantage on it. I do have advantage on it because of my cloud rune that I chose, but
That
I
is
have to add a
true.
+4 to it as well.
Yeah,
For my
Make it
30.
4.
guidance. 12. It's better than 9.
Okay. They are not alarmed, but they're certainly surprised to see you here, and they say they're not. You're not walking in with enough self-assurance that they're not going to react to your presence as you see them approaching towards you, and they say, "Master Amric, what happened? We thought that you were." Well, hello.
Yeah, I just lost you there. It didn't. It
just
cut
cut
out
out.
for a second.
My bad. But they come up to say, Master Amric, we thought you were dead.
No. Let these two gentlemen through, and this lady, sorry, and stand at the gate. I think we 3 might be followed. I need to get some money to these people. You know how I am when it comes to the some of these guilty pleasures.
No, we'll escort you. I'll send others to stand guard. And he motions over.
Please do.
You see a second group of guards.
Please do.
Coming around the corner.
Is Mother home?
As they rush over to the gates, as these 3 will come and escort you into the house. Let me just check something real quick.
Mummykins.
No, I would say mother at the moment. They don't know that. I'm just trying to remember which one was his bedroom. I would remember on this map which one was his, because he mentioned it, right?
Mm.
Yes, his bedroom is
Upstairs.
this one.
Yeah, good.
So yeah, as you enter, they follow. Also, if you want as well, I will allow someone to take control of Rhea. If you're one of the sewer squad, if you want to take control of Rhea, feel free.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Say,
Okay.
after you, Lord Amric.
Good.
Yeah, she's a military type. Maybe very similar to you.
Yeah,
could-
I can if you want.
I'll get in the room and just quickly have a look around, just to have a look what's on the walls as I walk in.
Yeah, you see there's tapestries, there's valuable vases, plaster shelf going all the way around with valuable vases on it, and there's a large rug of exquisite design depicting a royal coronation. Make me a perception check, please.
Okay.
There's also tapestries on the wall, one of which depicting a dragon flying over a ship, and pilgrims, the other depicting pilgrims on a canal. On a 17, you can tell that there are invisible creatures lurking in the corner of this room. However, they have not been stirred to action yet.
Okay. I'll walk straight to the left-hand door and just turn to the 2 following me and say to the guards, It's been such a terrible day.
Of course, we will send word to your mother. Please continue. We will discuss this in the dining room.
Dining room. Absolutely. Come with me.
As you walk
two.
out this door, you see an elderly woman clutching a cat stood right next to you, right by the door. Make me a wisdom save real quick.
Uh-oh.
No trouble.
No problem, Bob. You sort of start back in surprise as you see this. After a moment, you blink and you realize it is, in fact, a very accurate-looking wax statue. You hear a voice from behind you saying, is everything all right, Master Amric?
That thing, I will never get used to it in this house.
Tell me about it.
It's in a weird spot.
Yep.
Anyway, follow me. Actually, could one of you come with me? I might need some support to lift some of the stuff, but otherwise, I think that will be enough.
Yes, of course. As you see, two of them go to follow you, and another one goes over to this door to the right. You see, this room is the sort of main gallery. It seems to be filled with various poor taste artworks. It's an eclectic collection of tapestries, paintings, and alabaster busts on pedestals meant to impress guests, but are far too unusual and eclectic to be of much value. You see one of the guards rush through these double doors, heading into the kitchen before girding down these stairs. As they're coming up behind you, you see them say, Lord Amric, the dining room.
Yes, I need to go to my room first and collect some coin for these lovely people for their boss.
Please, we're sending word for your mother. We must escort you to the dining room. But if you must go upstairs, but we will take your guests.
Well, if you insist that we wait for the coin, then I will join you. But I'm a little bit perturbed by such an effect. I mean, I know how long it takes her to get down here. I thought it would be fast enough.
Okay, they nod. So this one is going to escort you two into Rhea and Dolan into the dining room, while this one is going to follow you upstairs. As you head upstairs, Sylk, as you're walking up these steps, you actually see this whole area is lined with about 5 guards, all of which are standing to attention and look to you as you approach. You see the other guards say that they seem to look at you and say, Lord Amric, this is a most unusual hour.
Well, that's what these debts get you.
Okay, hang on, I just need to put the music back on, one moment. As you begin to head into your room, downstairs, you see the guard, the other guard, return, coming through the door. He has a quiet word with the other guard. He motions the other guard to go outside, leaving you two alone, Dolan and Rhea, in the room together. She sort of looks around for a moment and says, "Not sure I like this."
Oh, definitely trouble are brewing.
Make me a perception check, Dolan.
Yeah, this is all going to go very wrong. Oh, no.
Okay. You sort of are enthralled by the large fireplace in the corner, as well as the large chandelier that hangs above you. There's also a cabinet near you where you can see several fine bottles of wine. The guards come back into the room, and you see one of them going over, and it says, "By the order of the Lady Thalamra, drinks for our guests." As this one uncorks a bottle and pours wine in some goblets, setting them before you and Rhea. Quote unquote Amric, as you head upstairs past the watchful eyes of these guards, you enter. Are you going into your room?
I will go into my room. I will see if there is there a closet in the room, with some clothes in it as I walk in.
There is indeed, including along with so there's a bed, there's a wardrobe, there's a chest, and there's a large 3 foot wide, 6 foot tall mirror. Varnished wooden frame carved with images of rats, ravens, and spiders.
I will just sort of lean out the wall to the others and just say, if you don't mind, I will get out of these dirty clothes and into something a little bit more respectable for Mother.
They nod and close the door behind you. Going down to the sewer squad, hopefully your vision is still working.
Yeah, I've still got vision.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, you've managed to loosen this bar, and with just enough room for you guys to squeeze through.
Well, are we going through, or are we going to wait for the so-called diversion?
I think we should go through. We are already late.
And I don't really trust those strange lights up ahead.
Okay then. As I inch forward as quietly as able.
As you're approaching, you hear a loud scraping sound from up ahead.
I attempt to hide, like lay prone in the.
Okay. Everyone, roll stealth checks. You have the pass without trace on you still, so it'll be with +10. And also, someone from the infiltration crew, you can control Hanlon. Okay. Oh wow. I mean that's still.
That's still
manageable
15.
With the with a 15 with a pass without trace, that is reasonable. And you do manage to conceal yourselves from whatever was making that scraping noise, and you hear no further noises.
Well, I think someone a bit more stealthy should probably take the lead on this one.
From where we are,
Hi, sorry, I got cut off. What did I miss?
Okay. You're just downstairs. There's been a scraping noise up ahead. You successfully hid from whatever made the scraping noise.
Oh, okay. Okay. Can we smell anything?
Yes, incense. Stronger now.
Hanlon, why don't you go and have a look?
Okay.
Could I do an investigation from this distance on the lamps, the incense, and see if I can put together any kind of observation rituals or alarm spells or anything like that could be up ahead?
Make an investigation check. So that's a 10. You wouldn't be able to learn much. You would know that with this many lamps, you know that these must be patrolled semi-regularly, if only to change the oil in these lamps. You can also smell incense, which is strange. It seems to have got stronger right after the scraping noise happens, although now it is beginning to fade away again. It still is quite strong, but just not as strong as it once was.
Hanlon will move forward if he can, following the advice. Now that he can think, we'll just sort of wander forward, like sneak his head around a corner, sort of thing.
Hanlon, act natural.
I am acting natural. I'm a cat.
Okay.
Yes, do cat. Do.
If Hanlon is investigating, I can get Hanlon to make a perception check, please.
Okay, wisdom.
Oh, my lighting's just gone funny.
Yeah, same here.
Yep.
Funny how?
As in, it's just
Dark.
me and the cat.
It's just the cat at this moment in time.
I'll try turning Explorer mode off, see if that helps.
Just the cat.
Now everything's black.
I'll have to turn your vision back on. What's going on here? This is...
It's the same thing that happened on the other map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on. Sorry guys, no idea what's doing that. Right, working now?
No, still the same weird grey scale.
Can see, but it's just
It's like we've got Explorer mode
grey.
Fog of War on,
Yeah.
but we don't have our own individual light sources.
Yeah, that is weird because it should be working.
The joys of dynamic lighting.
Yes, that is very fun. I'll see if I do this. Does this work?
No, that's everything off.
Yeah, all black now.
Is the dynamic lighting layer set to complete hidden?
Ah, now we can see
yeah.
everything. Ah, not looking.
And it's
Right.
back to normal again now.
Okay,
Is
that's
it right?
okay.
Is it working? Yeah,
That
I just
blinded
had
me
yeah.
to...
because I was
Yeah.
a massive white screen, so.
I'm trying to pretend I didn't see anything.
That's
There.
okay. Right, is that working okay now? Nothing gone.
At the moment,
Yes,
nothing gone-
that's-
I'm tempted. I think
Yes,
I might have to
that's
stick away from
absolutely
Explorer
fine.
mode. 'Cause
Yeah.
It seems to be acting up, but we'll keep it like this for now and see.
No,
Oh,
it's gone again.
it's gone again, yeah.
Right, I'll just have to turn Explorer mode off then. Sorry guys, it looks like
Okay.
it's a bit bugged.
Yeah, no worries.
Don't look.
Oh god.
Da-da-da-da-da.
I don't think I could look
There
if I
we go.
wanted to, because I
Not
just
looking.
get blinded by white light. every time
Bright
that's-
light.
Okay, that's fine. It's fine in this kind of situation anyway, doing it like this.
Yeah. Right, so sorry about that. It is past now. If you guys want to head off, you can. Otherwise, we'll go for just a few more minutes while we get to a suitably exciting cliffhanger. Not that anything
I'm fine.
exciting's happening.
I'm fine.
Yeah,
Everyone still
good to
awake?
go.
Consciousness check. Bort.
Yeah.
Forrest.
Yep, I'm good.
Sean.
Yeah.
Tavi.
Check.
Tom.
Yeah.
Good to know. Little pause there to make us wonder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
Hanlon rolled an 8 on his
eight.
perception.
Okay, he's unable to
Oh,
notice anything unusual.
Well, he has
Oh.
advantage if it's on smell. So should he, if he uses his smell to perceive?
Yeah, roll another one and see if it's better. Ooh.
13.
The whiff of incense seems to be coming from this section of wall.
And Hanlon will sort of go out up to the wall and just be sniffing at it.
Yeah, definitely over here. There seems to be like a draft or a gap under this section of wall. You'd hear meowing. Hang
well,
on.
I can
Hang on.
understand his meowing.
I'm just gonna do a roll real quick.
Meow. Who can understand him? It's Mono, right?
Me.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
No, not the death of Hanlon.
They heard him.
You hear a raucous barking
Ah.
begin. It's echoing from some kind of space to your north.
Okay. Can I make out what it might be? If it's an animal of some kind, or
Make a nature check.
I'm gonna give myself guidance. Okay.
It seems to be a strange, throaty, ragged barking. It's more, it's deeper and more guttural than you might expect from a dog. Although it's definitely not as sort of howly as a wolf. It's something sort of strange.
Does it sound big?
It doesn't sound huge, but it sounds reasonably echoey. Yeah. It sounds bigger than your average dog, but probably not monstrously sized.
Okay. Okay.
Just to check, is it barking in Infernal?
No, it just appears
Primordial.
to be barking.
Should we move away from these smells and this dog? Maybe we go east, or do we go where the trouble is?
We are here for the trouble.
We are here to find the lady of the house, are we not?
Yes. What do we do?
From this junction here, which way do we reckon should take us to the house?
Make an intelligence check or a navigator's tools check.
I'll give him guidance on that as well. Just gonna guide everything.
I'm going to use Channel Divinity.
Ooh. Okay.
Knowledge of the Ages. I have tool proficiency in Navigator's tools now.
Oh, yes. In that case, you would be able to know that the way you would need to navigate is you are just to the south of where the house would be, as you're able to pinpoint your location as you start retracing your steps in your head, as you feel the light of your deity flowing through you. You reach into your satchel, you take a tiny small bit of iron filing dust you had stored away and place it on the edge of a stick. You then place that stick on the end of a long string and hold it up using it as a makeshift compass, watching where it points, and then you're able to perfectly locate your location. In fact, if you are correct, which you imagine you will be, the stairs down would be somewhere over here from where they were on the map. The main body of the villa would sort of be here to here kind of thing.
Okay.
Then we want to go to the east.
So we turn
Okay.
right.
Hanlon, go right for us. Just have a little look.
There's something drafty under this area, but okay.
I'll give you.
Can I get all four of you to make a perception check?
Yep.
I'll give you a sardine.
Oh,
Yeah.
ignore the +3.
That's fine. You would actually be able to notice that there is, where the rest of the walls down here of the sewerway are arched brickwork, this area appears to be plaster designed to match the look of brickwork. If you would imagine this is some kind of secret door, which would match the sacred, the scraping sounds you heard earlier.
Hey, Rill, are you not interested in seeing what's behind that? Yerk whispers to Rill.
Yes, of course I am, but I was just wondering how likely it was I'd be able to persuade you to stop and have a look.
So it's a secret door is where Hanlon was sniffing underneath where the incense was?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yerk's suddenly thinking that, hang on a minute, you wouldn't put an entrance from your house directly into a sewer, would you?
Yes,
Surely you must have it hidden.
exactly. This is what I was thinking as well.
Hmm.
The secret door must be the entrance.
Alright, could I investigate it and have a close look?
Yeah, sure. Roll investigation check.
Would anyone like to give me a hand?
With guidance. And advantage.
Yeah, I'll give you a hand.
Yeah, with a 21.
And that still needs an extra D4.
Oh gosh.
Ooh.
25.
25, right. So, you know not only that this is a secret door, it is unlocked and could be swung inwards. Its secrecy is the way it is meant to be disguised. You also were able to tell it has been opened and closed extremely recently, sometime in the last minute or so, and that someone came down along here, went through this door, and then came back out again roughly 30 seconds later.
Sorry, could you repeat that last bit?
So someone came along down here, opened the door, went inside, then about 30 seconds later came out of there and went back this way.
Uh-oh, this could just be a storage room.
We should check anyway.
We should.
Okay.
Is
I
this-
carefully open the door.
I
Is
have
this-
a bad feeling about this.
As you carefully open the door, we're going to cut upstairs to where you have been poured out 2 goblets of wine by these guards, Dolan and Rhea. And Sylk, you are upstairs getting... what do you like to do in Amric's room?
So, I would actually like to look in the closet for some clothes.
First, can't hear you if you're saying anything.
Oh,
Gone to sleep.
how about
no,
that?
he
Is that
hasn't.
better?
There we go. Now we can hear you.
For
Fantastic.
some reason, my
Perfect.
headphones had muted themselves. I will actually go to the closet and start to look for some clothes.
Yeah, you find a series of nobleman's clothes, quite stylish, lean, and tailored. They would fit you because you have a roughly similar build.
Good. I will put the clothes on. Get changed.
While you're in there, make a perception check. You hear a high... what languages do you speak, by the way?
Common, Elvish, and Giant.
Okay. You hear a high-pitched chattering in a language you do not understand, responded to by a sort of hoarse version of that same language that seems to be somewhat less practiced in it, sort of tripping up over the words and sort of going back on itself. The high-pitched squiggling kind of continues for a few moments, and then with a sort of bark of a few words, again with this hoarse voice, you see the high-pitched voice sort of cease, and you hear a sort of scrabbling noise, almost as if something is climbing. It seems to be coming from the south, from beyond the corridor.
Okay.
Meanwhile, downstairs, Dolan and Rhea, the guards are looking at you expectantly.
I'm going to look at them and say, thank you, gentlemen. I suppose I can trouble you for a glass of milk instead of a glass of wine.
They look between each other and they sort of say, the Lady Thalamra was quite insistent that our guest partake of our finest wine. Make an insight check, Dolan. They seem definitely shifty.
I appreciate the lady's hospitality, but a few years back, I had a bit of a problem with the wine and the spirits and the beers, and it's actually tomorrow is my 5th year sober, and I never touch the stuff. But a glass of water, a glass of milk, a glass of fruit juice would be much appreciated.
Make a persuasion check.
Yeah.
They sigh and they say,
Nice.
bloody teetotals. They snatch the goblets back. They pour it actually back into the bottle, which they then put the cork back in and place back on the shelf. As they go over, you see one of them leaves out into the kitchen, returning about a minute later with 2 glasses of water in earthen mugs placing in front of you. And you see the 2 guards look to each other and then leave the room again. You see they speak, there's whispers from outside the hall. This one is going to return. This one now goes back down these stairs.
Whilst they're outside, can I very quickly gesture at Rhea and just I'm going to pour the water into my bag. Looks like I've drank it, but
Okay. This guard, make a sleight of hand check to see if this guard notices. Oh yeah, he definitely does. He sort of looks like he's going to say something, but he just sort of grips his spear and then just sort of bites his lip and doesn't say anything. Amric / Sylk. What would you like? What are you up to?
Okay, I want to, having got changed, and do I see any little like boxes, anything on the chest of drawers that looks like a little box that could have some coin in it, even if it doesn't have coins in it?
Yeah, there is a chest in the western side of the room.
Okay.
That looks like it might contain some valuables.
Okay, I'll go. Pick it. How big is it? Big enough for me just to pick it up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'll just actually. Is there a smaller like little box on the chest, on a chest or something?
Yeah. Well, if you wanna look in this box, you might find.
Yeah.
What you're
So I'll open it up and
rattling
just.
around in there.
I'll open it
Yeah,
up.
there's a small jewelry box in here that looks like it might suit your purposes.
Okay. So I'll take out this small jewelry box. Is there anything else like little jewels or anything in there?
Inside the jewelry box is a gold ring.
Okay.
Other than that, the only other things in the chest are a few other clothes and personal effects.
Okay. I'll just take out that box and I'll actually go to the door and open it up and just say, is it right that is Mother? How far away is she?
She's not far. We might recommend you remain in your room until we can clear the bodies out of the dining space. You know how these things are.
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't mind, though, I would like to witness it myself this time.
Make a persuasion check.
Yeah.
He says, trust me, ever since we switched to Nightshade Tears, there's not much to watch. Maybe a bit of vomiting, but nothing too fun. Don't worry, we'll get it sorted out for you in time, and we'll get the whole place cleared up.
I saw many people do many things this day, and they've been pretty tough people in this city. I would like to make sure, and actually, if it would please, I would actually like to continue the ruse of them getting money from me a little bit further, to really rub their noses in it. I'm sure it hasn't taken effect on them just yet.
Very well, Lord Amric, though we'd ask you to remain outside the room. We don't want them flailing about and hurting you. That would definitely not put us in your mother's good books.
Well, definitely. Let's at least so I can hear the elements happening. Let's go.
Okay, so these three guards escort you down. Right as you see the other person who was leaving the room come out, watching you guys come down the stairs. He runs up to you, Lord Amric, and the other guards, speaking to you, closing the door carefully behind him. I'm just going to inform your mother. There's been a problem. They're not drinking.
They're not what? They're not drinking?
They shake their head. Teetotal or something. The other guard says, oh, Christ. What do we do? Do we get the suit? Lord Amric, do we get the suit?
Suit? No, I think I can... What did they say that the reason why they did... Why do they not drink?
The dragon, he's teetotal.
Oh, that can't be a dragon that teetotals. May I? I at least can continue the ruse while you go and get the suit.
Mm-hmm. These two guards are going to go upstairs. Meanwhile, this one walks in with you behind, tailored by this guy, as they say, the Lord Amric requests your presence, he says, sort of looking about. He sees the pewter mugs in front of him, while this one is actually going to go back now and head down the stairs, as he was originally planning to do. Dolan, you have this water in front of you. He says, Egon goes back, I think that's suspicious. They won't even drink the water.
That's all right. A good dragonborn sir. Hi. I hear that you will not drink. Surely with me on this fine day, you would have a drink if I poured it myself. Would you trust me?
Rhea sort of looks up to you, confused. You also hear heavy footsteps coming down the stairs.
If you're going to pour it, and I can watch you pour it, then, of course, Lord Amric.
Well, and I'll put the jewelry box on the table in front of Rhea and say, this should be payment for everything I owe. And on
Rhea is going to. Yes, this is fine payment. That we are square now, and she gives a sort of what she thinks is a subtle wink.
Absolutely.
The guards don't seem to notice.
Can you both the fine wine, this one here, right, and points at the shelf, not necessarily at one of them.
The guards, they nod knowingly.
Okay. And I will. Is there more than one bottle of wine on there, or?
Yes, there are 16 bottles, one of which has already been uncorked.
Okay, so I'll take one of the ones that's uncorked, the one that is uncorked,
the one that has. Yep.
Look at the guard and go sort of with a wink.
Mm-hmm. It sort of nods knowingly.
One's back, and then I will go back with some goblets. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to try.
I think I know what you're going to do, and it's amazing.
I'm not necessarily sure. I'm going to try to make it look like I've uncorked the bottle, and at the same time, like with a little bit of, a little bit of the fleece that's in my sort of pocket, try to make a minor illusion that I've actually poured into the glass.
Oh, I thought you were going to do something different. Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Damn it. Well, then what I've done isn't as cool as what you thought. Thanks so much.
If anyone in this room is going to... I think Ray would I'll see if Ray would be smart enough to pick this up, because I think this is one of the guys you would have had an idea. I don't know if you would as well, Tom. But I'll see if Ray is smart enough. Ray leads in and says, do you have the potions of fire breath?
I don't, but Dolan didn't the ones down in the sewer have the potions of fire breath?
No. Dolan has one, Yerk has the other.
Dolan has one. Okay. Then
that wasn't my idea.
Okay.
It's all good. Oh, good. I think I still want to try my thing to make one of the goblets look like it's got fluid in it.
So that'll be a sleight of hand check with advantage if you're using a spell to aid you.
Yeah, I would have had advantage anyway on sleight of hand.
All right.
But it's all good.
As a 22, stop complaining.
Yeah. So pour, try to make it look, and then Dolan can drink this thing that looks like fluid, even if it's not.
You see the heavy footsteps continue. You see one of the guards saying, leans in close to you, quote unquote, Amric, and says, it might not be necessary to allow for the suit wait outside.
No, we don't need the suit.
Well, you never know. And he goes back and he gives leans out the door and he gives a halt signal.
Okay.
Just out the door, make a perception check. You can glimpse what seems to be a large animated suit of black infernal iron armor, halting and waiting just outside the door. Okay, so you're pouring out these 2 drinks. Are you doing one of them to be the potion, or are you just doing both of them to be illusory?
Well, unless Dolan can sleight of hand do anything as he's drinking, I think just making them illusory so that it looks like we've drunk something, and I will put the bottle into my jacket pocket and go, a little bit for later, sort of, to try to play up the game and with him.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So you two, Rhea and Dolan, you both have quote unquote drinks in front of them. I'll need a deception check from both of you to try and mime drinking them sufficiently effectively.
Sorry, I was going to try and, whilst he's doing that, palm the potion into my hand, and as I lift the glass up to drink, I am going to try and drink the potion and try and make it look like it's coming from the glass. Is it like tucking it up my sleeve, Paul Daniels style?
Yeah, make a sleight of hand check.
This is going to go very wrong. Oh, no, it's not.
You expertly down the drink as well as by substituting for the potion at the last second, and you're able to do so without any of the guards noticing.
I will walk over to the guards also while Rhea and just sort of say,
Rhea's going to try the same. Oh, okay.
Well, I was as I sort of finished drinking it, I was going to put my hands around my throat, start coughing, and I mean like, what is it? And
make
like
a deception.
Where's deception?
Okay. You and Rhea both start doing a facsimile, somewhat not as special. An 11 will convince him, but Rhea is definitely outperforming you here as she clearly practices. You begin to cough and splutter and slump to the ground.
I go over and pick up the jewelry box and go, you two, to the guards. I don't think we'll need this suit anymore.
They nod and they say, "Yes, we'll bring them down to the cells, and if they're still alive, we can question them."
Well, let me watch them down to the. Let me watch them down to the cells with you.
Okay, so as they begin dragging you guys down through the kitchen, down the stairs, we are going to cut back downstairs as you guys are opening the door.
No, don't do it.
So, as you open the door, none of you move for a second. You spot a small shrine. There is a block of obsidian over in the corner on the east side, as well as candlesticks in the northeast and southeast corners, with 9 candles burning atop each one, casting a light across a claw-footed altar carved from a single block of obsidian, which has a small angel-shaped flame erupting from its top. But that is not what draws your eye. Kneeling before the altar, muttering a prayer, is a grey-haired woman. she turns and she says, "Huh, do you really have to disturb me twice in one?"
Hello, Mumsy.
Mummy kids.
And with that, as you gaze upon Duke Thalamra Van Thamper, Yerk, you immediately recognizing her, we are going to leave the session for tonight.
Nice. Nice. Good cliffhanger.
I don't think this is the house somehow.
No, it's even better. We've got her on her own.
Oh yeah.
You think?
You think?
Stop blowing out the candles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
She
shall
got
see.
fireball.
I have to say that was very deftly maneuvered with the social interactions upstairs. That could have gone very badly for you, but you got through it like champs.
I was looking at it,
And,
counting the guards, like,
You're not the only one. It's like, okay, just walk up there. What was it? 6? 6 guards? 7? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. And an animated armor suit
Animated
of armor.
armor and hidden devils in the corners. I'm guessing. It's like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you just breezed through that with deadly, well, not deadly efficiency, but certainly practical efficiency. I'm very interested in looking forward to seeing how next week you carry stuff out, because so you guys are actually doing the thing you wanted, which is actually getting through all of the guards upstairs and making your way downstairs to assist your pals while gleaning valuable information about the location and being able to avoid alerting anyone to your presence. But yeah, that was a great session, guys. Really looking forward to the next one, as I'll see you all next week.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Very
was
much
fun.
looking to it.
That's great. I feel like
Yeah,
I
it was
breathe
good,
now.
lovely night.
Just.
All right.
Great.
See ya.
Thank you, Alex. Cheers.
See you
Thank you.
later.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. Good night, guys.
Got it.
Alex, I sent a new payment through tonight. You should get it.
Yes. Oh, yeah. And before you go, yeah. So for the second month, for those paying monthly, the second month starts on the 16th. So if you can get that sorted by then, that will be swell. But yeah. Don't worry. If you forget, I'll make sure to chase you up. But don't worry about it. Anyway. Thanks a lot.
Sorry, Alex. How much is it for
See you
the
later.
It's £35 a month.
35? Okay, great.
Okay. All right. Thanks a
All
bunch, guys. See you next week.
All right,
Cheers.
Good night.
I see you.
Hey.
Bye.
Wow. Oh, that was cool. That was a sort of like role playing, this sort of role playing effort that you have to do to try to, to get everything. Oh, yeah, this is really cool. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, that's this cool thing about Dungeons and Dragons, getting out of your comfort zone in a way, like trying to role playing another character, like how you would deal with a situation. So that was really fun. I really enjoyed it. Sort of deliberately took the runes that were going to help with a few of these different things. Knowing that we have this a little bit more sort of deceptive, sleight of handy sort of thing, this sort of element. So taking the cloud rune from the rune carver. So basically, the rune knight gets a few different things. Gets this giant's might, which sort of makes them big, adds an extra +6, 1d6 to an attack, at least the first attack or one attack per round that you make. And then there's some other elements as well. There's also having this runes, so as a rune carver. And so I've made it Sylk that his runes are sort of part of his shadow as well, that there are runes etched into his mark of the shadow elf sort of combined together. And he basically has now these 2 runes at the moment, 2 runes at this level 3. And you can change them each level in the class. So when you get to another level, you can sort of decide on which runes you choose. So I've gone with the cloud rune and the fire rune at this point in time. Fire rune, it's a tough one because there's like I think strength saving throw with a DC of 11 or something. I think the DC, I have to check what the DC is there if to increase that. I think it's con as the constitution as the thing that tells what sort of DC for that saving throw. But yeah, DC of 11, so it's more than 50% chance at the opposition, or roughly 50% chance with a sort of a +1 to saving throws, maybe. Yeah, so against weaker oppositions, against an opposition that won't have a high strength saving throw, has a good chance of stopping them and shackling them. That basically sort of gives 2d6 straight away, and then if they fail, they get it again for a minute. So they can only get out of it by repeating the saving throw as well. So that's cool. Yeah, so they if they fail, they're restrained, which is really cool. That adds also elements to it. The being restrained basically gives advantage on attack rolls against it, and it has disadvantage. Also, it has disadvantage on dex saving throws and can't move. So, like, if it works, it's really cool. It's once per short rest for that, and then 2 Giant's Might per long rest, which basically it lasts for a minute. So would give it sort of generally once per battle. It can use this Giant's Might, and then that's an extra d6 on every turn for at least one of the shots extra turn. So would be cool. And then when so that doesn't change too much if you get extra attack or whatever, but it's a bonus action to use it, and then to do it. He does get large, and that could be an issue in certain spaces. And it gives strength check and saving throw advantage as well. So it's pretty cool. Really looking forward to it. I've been enjoying the Rune Knight idea, so it's the first time I'm going to get a chance to play it. Yeah, that was really fun. That was a lot of fun to be in that situation, to try to play. Rolled okay tonight. Yeah, I think this disguised self is actually this mark of the shadow. Gives him this disguised self element, which is really cool. So it's a shape changing element. So I'm actually really excited to get to use it. Let's wait and see how it goes next week. Anyway, if you're watching, hope you enjoyed. Otherwise, I enjoyed myself, so it's all good. Perfect. Have a very good one. Bye.